But Quinn Ewers goes round 7, dude. And he could have just went back to college football and made $3 million and been a starter. Weird? Weird.
That's if I'm an agent. That's a lesson I would have.
Yeah.
Look at Quinn Ewers, what you can make if you stay one more year and just use all of your college eligibility, or if you want to go chase a dream and then you're going to get paid 6 figures and get cut in 2 months.
Yeah.
I asked this question yesterday on Sunday Bets, and before we get out of here, I want to know what you guys would answer to this. And the question was, Shedeur Sanders is a starter in the NFL before any quarterback taken ahead of him not named Dart or Ward.
I would almost argue maybe before Dart.
No, that's a good point. I don't know that we see Dart. I love what the Giants did, though, just giving up 2 future third-rounders. And then if Dart is your guy, boom, you got him on the cheap this year. And you don't got to get a quarterback next year because that defense for the Giants might be lethal, dude. No, I don't think we see Shedeur at all. You know what, though? We probably do because Cleveland's going to be so terrible. And are they really going to want to evaluate Dillon Gabriel? But I don't know because if they had a third-round grade on Gabriel, man.
But
somebody likes him.
How short of a leash also is Deshaun Watson going to have? And then if he has that
does he even play?
I don't even know that he plays.
Exactly. And then you go to Flacco. Well, Flacco's 1,000 years old, so he takes one hit. Buddy's out.
Yeah, I think he's the starter going into the year because the guys in the locker room are going to love him.
Yeah.
And he's the pro. He's the guy that a couple of years ago he was comeback player of the year for him. It's just crazy that he's back there. It's crazy that Kenny Pickett's on that roster. It's crazy that Dillon Gabriel was drafted before Shedeur. We thought there was a chance that they could go Shedeur at pick 2. Instead, he goes in the 5th round. Right now, we got a fight between the Nuggets and the Rockets, and some dude just had his head stomped on. He's down on the ground. Now Dillon Gabriel and Steph Curry are in each other's faces.
That's Dillon Brooks.
We're back tomorrow. That's what I meant. What did I say? Dillon Gabriel? BetMGM tonight. It's time for me to go to bed. Jesus.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM. Time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Tuesday. I was just made aware. Good morning to you. Coming up, yeah, I know. Oh, God, I was hoping Thursday. And then someone said, no, buddy, don't you even think about that. You got a long way to go. Coming up, we're talking about the NBA with a couple of games to recap from last night before we preview a loaded slate tonight with 4 games on the card in the association. Then we're going to take a nice little stroll down to my streaming corner at 640. And instead of what I'm watching, I want to know what everyone else is watching, so I can figure out what to watch next. We'll talk about that. At 7 o'clock, latest news from the NFL, post-draft edition before we make our favorite plays tonight in Major League Baseball. And don't go anywhere during our 8 o'clock hour. We'll continue looking at some plus money bets that might be worth your time. At 8:20, Tim Reynolds, who covers pro basketball for the Associated Press, will give us his take on the postseason. Then we bring you our favorite plays and a talk, perhaps, with the Donkster coming up at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in the nation's capital. My partner in crime, of course, is Chelsea Messenger, locked and loaded, ready to go on a Tuesday. Good morning, Chelsea.
Yes, we were just joking that we're always our best selves at 6:01 a.m. every
Yes.
single day, on a weekday, especially. Like on a Tuesday, that's when I really get going. Like Saturday night, no thank you. How about Tuesday morning, 6:01 a.m.? That's really prime time for both of us.
I mean, at least you look like dressed up, ready to go. You could go anywhere. I look like I'm getting ready for book club this morning. So at least, you have the proper effort and the proper look. I'm just like a guy who, I don't know, maybe come on over and we'll talk about the next book we're going to read and maybe we'll solve a math equation or two. I got to step up my game.
Well, I am in my 3rd bedroom, and I do have like a Minnie Mouse tent that's right over my shoulder over here. I've got my husband's gaming center that has like, I want to say 7 empty beer bottles. It really adds a nice touch.
Can I just say that once again, I don't know why beer made me think of this. Maybe because I'm thinking of fluids or drinks. Roger saved the day again. Normally, you know me, I'm constantly drinking out of my Yeti, right? And so this morning, I was up even earlier than normal because Sheila, the lovely Catherine's mother, was in town to visit, so we could pick out our wedding venue and all that. So Sheila was taking an early flight out. So as I was saying goodbye to her, I put my tumbler down to give her a hug, give her a little kiss, say, great to see you, and then I left my coffee at home. But thank God, once again, I get here, and Roger has made a large, like a vat of coffee every morning, so now I'm set no matter what. I mean, this guy just racks up dubs each and every single day. It's remarkable.
That story did not go where I thought it was going to go. I thought it was going to involve you spilling coffee at some juncture in that story. I was like, okay, is he going to spill it on the future mother-in-law before she goes to the airport? God. That would be tragic, and she probably would hate him for that. Or is he going to spill it all over himself at work, which would be the favorite because that's happened several times before. But Jenks, you're a new man. That narrative is officially dead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, God, knock on wood. Because that used to be a thing. Like every morning I was walking in and then I'd have to put like water on my shirt real quick to keep it from staining. And so I just walk in with these massive like water stains. It was like the biggest klutz on the planet. I'm like, what? But I finally figured out, I'm so dumb. I finally figured out how to maneuver the coffee machine so it doesn't like spill back, like it hits the bottom of the tray and spill back on me. And it's like the simplest solution in the world, which I've never thought about. So that has really cut down on the office accidents because obviously if this happens again and I get a burn, I mean, it's workers' comp. I'm suing the company. I'm going straight after
it only took you
Odyssey.
3 years to figure it out. Nice job, Jenks.
Yeah.
Crack code.
Well, we did an okay job last night on our bets. Chelsea, you want to get us started here?
All right, so there's a mosquito right by one of my lights, so I'm going to try to power through and not let this, like, get in my face. Had Steph Curry over his rebounding prop because, listen, in 150 playoff games, Steph Curry is averaging 5.4 rebounds. So I said to myself, 150 games, it's a pretty big sample size. So I took the over on his rebounding prop, 4.5. But the other X factor here is that Jimmy Butler actually played in this game. So Jimmy kind of sniped away some of those rebounds, which made me a little mad. I'll take the L, though. The NBA bets have been cooking for me, so I knew an L was coming, and it came last night.
I had a weird day betting wise. Remember how we talked about how Mets Nationals first 5 under might be the play, and it actually came home, and I ended up taking the Mets on the money line. Well, the first 5 under did hit, and then the Mets just absolutely pummeled the Nationals bullpen at 119-4. So that was a win. Hate to see the Nationals lose like that, but a win is a win. Also had Tigers Astros under 8. And the Astros won that game 8-5, so that was a loss for me. Donkster had Cavaliers laying 8.5 against the Heat. That was not close. We'll talk about that game. The Cavs won 138-83. So for the week, you're 0-1. I'm 1-1. The Donkster is 1-0 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Before we get to last night's games, just very quickly, and this broke not too long after our show yesterday, Damian Lillard out for the rest of the year for the Bucks with a torn left Achilles. Suffered that injury in the first quarter of Game 4's loss against the Pacers. And so, man, what a tough run for Dame Dolly here. Not only is it bad for this season, and the Bucks sort of looked out of it anyway, but because he's a little bit older now, and this is such a long recovery period, he can miss most of next season as well. So feel really bad for the guy. This has been a tough run for him.
Yeah, it really stinks because this is one of the guys you want to see not only in the regular season, but in the postseason. When Damian Lillard shoots a corner 3 at the end of a game and points to his wrist, like this is one of the iconic moments in the NBA. So this is a guy that you certainly don't want to see miss time, especially the postseason, when he actually had a shot to be one of the key contributors for the Milwaukee Bucks. Now, listen, if this was the Oklahoma City Thunder and they lose one of their superstars, whatever, maybe their chances suffer a little. But when you're the Bucks and all you have is Giannis, really, like this is basically a death now. Like I looked at the odds over at BetMGM. The Bucks are now plus 100,000. There's a lot of zeros in there. I don't think anybody is saying that the Bucks can win the NBA title. And I think that the cards are kind of stacked against them, even to win against the Pacers. But Jenks, are you surprised that this line is only 7.5? The Pacers laying 7.5 against the Bucks?
Yeah, I am. And we'll get into the individual handicapping coming up here. But yeah, I was kind of surprised as well. I thought this line is going to go crazy. I will say one thing I did discover in looking at that game is that without Damian Lillard during the regular season, the Bucks actually went 10-4 outright, which was very surprising to me. But the question is, with him now out for the season, how does that affect them mentally, knowing that they're not going to get him back? So we'll talk about that, but I'm kind of like you. I saw that. I was surprised it wasn't at least double digits because I don't know if the Bucks have any chance to even keep it close tonight. But again, we'll get into that here in about 10, 15 minutes. Last night, Chelsea, we should mention, oh my God, I am so glad some of these first-round games are over. Like, I don't know, Cavs and Heat. Cavs sweep the series, beating the Heat 138-83. Cavs laying 8.5. The Cavs minus 355 on the money line. The over hits with a total set at 211 and a hook. What a disaster this was for the Heat. Donovan Mitchell, 22 points. DeAndre Hunter adds 22. Even Ty Jerome with 18.
Final seconds of the quarter. Ty Jerome will sling it and hit it.
Are you kidding me?
No, we are not kidding you. That is from TNT. Evan Mobley was 17. Jarrett Allen, a double-double, 14 points, 12 boards. Cavaliers go up by as many as 60 points in this game. They win by 55, the fourth largest playoff win ever, but they do set the record by winning a series by a combined 122 points, one more than the previous record set by the Nuggets in 2009 when they beat the Pelicans. After the game, Coach Spo saying, quote, "Damn, it was humbling. The last two games were embarrassing." And you know what? They were. This was a blowout by every stretch of the imagination here.
Yeah, an especially forgettable game for Tyler Hero as well. I was following this game, and I was like, well, what's Tyler Hero doing? Is he not playing? No, the dude just couldn't hit a shot. Somebody who was normally their go-to guy could not hit a three. In fact, he hit 1 of 9 from the three-point range, 1 of 10 from the field, and finished with just 4 points. I understand in the later stages of this game that it was so not close that maybe he wasn't playing, but still, he's been their offense and, the guy that they've had to rely on for scoring. And so it's no shock to me that they only scored 83 points in this game because Tyler Hero could not get it going.
No, he could not. I mean, yeah. It was just bad all the way around for the Heat. Do you Does this give you more confidence in Cleveland? I mean, the Cavaliers are great in this series, or was this a situation where the Heat just threw up their hands and said, all right, we just give in. We're ready for the season to end?
Well, this is what we saw from the Cavs all season long. Like, the Cavs have been an excellent regular season team, and especially against those teams that probably don't belong in the postseason, which is, you could kind of argue that about the Heat when you talk about play-in teams. But this doesn't change anything for me, for the Cavs. We knew they were deep. We knew they were good. And similar to some of those games we saw between Oklahoma City and the Grizzlies, another regular season juggernaut beating the hell out of a team that, you know, went in through the play-in. So nothing changes for me for the Cavs. This is what we saw all season long.
Yeah. Not only did they win, they covered a lot. I mean, when you lead by 60 in a game, like, what's going on? Led 43-17 after one quarter. It was just never close from the jump. Let's go to the West, where we did get a good game in Game 4 between the Warriors and the Rockets. It is Golden State winning 109-106. Ooh, the Rockets cover by the hook. They were getting 3.5. The Warriors minus 170 on the money line. Total set at 203.5. The over hits. Jimmy Butler returns for Golden State and delivers. He scores 27, makes a couple of clutch free throws with under a minute to play, and Buddy Hield stepping up as well.
It's Hield with a three. Drills it. For back-to-back games here by Buddy Hield.
Call courtesy of TNT. The Rockets do get a chance to tie the game with seconds remaining. Fred VanVleet, his three-point attempt off the mark. So now we head to Game 5 in Houston on Wednesday as Golden State takes a commanding 3-1 series lead. And you know what? Golden State got that win in the previous game without playoff Jimmy, but Jimmy Butler came back and proved why he is such a valuable member of this squad and why a lot of people like the Warriors to make one last run.
Yeah, anytime you have Jimmy Butler back in the mix, you certainly have a shot. And I think defensively, this was a much better game for Golden State. And it starts with Jimmy Butler. And also, here's something that kind of stood out to me. The fact that Steve Kerr said Buddy Hield set the tone defensively. I had to double check this. I was like, did I get NBA centelled? Like, this can't be true, right? Because obviously this is a late night game. We didn't get to watch it. But apparently he was like a beast on the defensive end. And this is kind of what the Warriors have needed. Because we know Steph is going to Steph. He didn't really need to in this game. But they needed somebody to stop and slow down the rhythm of the offense for Houston. So they did that in this game. They've shown that they can win in a multitude of ways. And this is what you want from a championship team. I just wonder if the Warriors can not run out of gas down the stretch, because we know it's extremely difficult to come in through the play-in. But so far, so good for Golden State and playoff Jimmy.
Yeah, and once again, of course, this got chippy at times, particularly in the second quarter. Draymond Green with a hard screen, and guys got into it. And then later on, Draymond again going after a loose ball, and guys had to be separated, and there were some flagrant fouls called. I mean, it was just this was sort of classic Warriors in some ways. Playoff Jimmy is obviously new. I get tired of seeing Draymond being the agitator, but then again, that's just what he's going to do. So when you look at the Warriors now, I mean, obviously they're a better team with Jimmy Butler in the lineup, but do they have what it takes to unseat the Thunder in the West? We keep talking about that. I don't know if they have the depth to do it, but experience versus inexperience is going to be something that potentially we could see, which is going to be fascinating to watch.
Yeah, that's been one of the themes of the Western Conference. And I think it just makes it more interesting to watch. Like, no offense to the Eastern Conference, but the Warriors are going to have to go the winner of the Lakers-Timberwolves series first. So it's not necessarily the Thunder. And I feel like there are so many good teams in the West that maybe it's not even the Thunder. You know, maybe that's not the team that you measure the Warriors up against. And hell, like, this series isn't over yet. Like, I know Golden State leads it 3-1. But we've seen stranger things happen in the NBA postseason. The Rockets are still a good team, and most of these games have been pretty close.
Yeah, no offense to the East, but I'd like to see a series where maybe one team doesn't beat the other by a combined 122 points.
Just saying.
No offense, guys. Appreciate the effort out there, but maybe you don't lose a game by, I don't know, let me throw out a number, 55 points. Good God. Yeah, the compelling action is definitely in the West, but it's going to get better, as we know. It has to. Coming up next here on the show, it is even more from the hardwood. Bunch of hoop heads here on the show. 4 playoff games on the slate tonight. We're going to preview each and every one. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. A whole crew is here. It's the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Greg J with us on a Tuesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. It's dramatic music. Dramatic for the NBA playoffs. Who will win tonight? Bucks, Pacers, Pistons, Knicks, Magic, and Celtics. Couldn't say it seriously. I'm Jinx. Just Chelsea. Thanks for being with us. Coming up, we'll preview each and every game on the slate tonight. 4 big ones. And speaking of big ones, big guys, I don't know. Shaq has a new gig. Did you read this, Chelsea? The new general manager for Sacramento State men's basketball. This is becoming the new trend that we're seeing now across the college landscape, where Andrew Luck is sort of the general manager, or is the general manager for Stanford football. We're seeing Stephen Curry, an assistant GM at his former school, Davidson, and now Shaq is going to take over these duties at Sacramento State. Why? Because his son Shakir is going to play for Sacramento State under new head coach Mike Bibby coming up in this upcoming season. So it's not going to take away from his normal duties. Clearly, Steph is still playing basketball, but it's interesting to see these big names that have a lot of clout sort of take over different schools so that they can raise money, manage NIL, look at roster management. At the very worst, it's just great publicity for each respective school.
Yeah, it feels like they do this in a lot of sports, do they not? Like where it's like assistant to the general manager, or it's like somebody who was a big fixture in the franchise history. They're like, hey, we'll give you a job in the front office. I'm not really sure what you're going to be doing, but you're going to like lend your brain to us. So how much work do you think Shaq is actually doing? Because here's the thing about Shaq. He has like 15 jobs. You see him on more commercials than any other athlete. And it feels like he has his hand at every single pot. Like, in fact, like he was a touring DJ, I think last summer. Like my friend was like, hey, you want to see DJ Diesel? And I'm like, DJ Diesel? She said, yeah, Shaq. He's coming to town. Do you want to go to his show? It's like, I thought he was doing NBA coverage. So this man apparently never sleeps. So I am not questioning his work ethic. I'm just saying, when does he find the time?
I don't know. I think ultimately this probably, if it's someone like Shaq, I don't know, maybe he'll get really into it. He'll clearly be around campus a lot because his son's going to be there. I assume he wants to watch his son play. But just having Shaq as a figurehead to glad hand with people and talk about raising money, I think that's the main thing probably, right?
Yeah.
Like if you've got Shaq and he's talking to donors, and apparently Sacramento State is opening up a new basketball facility in the fall, then who better to walk around and take pictures with you and to shake your hand and raise some money than Shaquille O'Neal? Do you know what I mean? I feel like that's the perfect guy for it. I mean, he is everywhere. Just off the top of my head, he is what? He sponsors, or he's a part of Domino's Pizza, Icy Hot, the General.
Papa John's. Papa John's, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's Papa John's. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just like he's everywhere. You turn on, it's Shaq because people love Shaq.
Mm-hmm.
Buick.
Right, and he's also a Buick.
He doesn't drive it.
He's also a good investor too. So like not somebody who is just like a big basketball presence, both figuratively and literally.
Yeah.
But if you tell people, hey, invest your money in this because this is what Shaq's investing in, hasn't he been a good business guy or a businessman? Probably not business guy is the terminology, but you get what I'm saying.
Oh, no, for sure. He famously wrote a paper back when he was at LSU about how he would make money in the marketing space or advertising space. And he said, I would build something around the Shaq brand because of my personality, because of my basketball talent. And he got like an F on that paper. And he always references that and says, yeah, look at me now. I mean, this is before Shaq was Shaq. Like, he was great in college, but he wasn't Shaq. He wasn't the one name, rapper, DJ, I can do it all, gregarious personality that we know him to be now, of course. But back then he was mega talented college basketball star, but he was absolutely right about believing in himself. Also, the one guy I never bought sponsoring or representing a different product was Tiger Woods driving a Buick. Do you remember that back in the day? It was always Tiger getting his clubs out of a Buick. I was like, you're not driving a Buick, buddy. No way. Maybe you're taking it from a garage.
You're certainly not doing it sober.
No, no, you're not.
That was mean. I'm sorry.
You're going to a garage like a mile away and then taking the Buick to the course, and then you're taking it back to the garage and then taking your Maserati or whatever elsewhere. Man, they must have paid him a lot. Yeah, that was a little low blow. Body blow, Chelsea.
Oops. Well, this is our prime time. 6 o'clock in the morning. What am I supposed to do? This is like late night TV for us. It's our prime time. The other one that I never believe is when they have really high paid actresses who are doing at-home hair color commercials. I'm like, Eva Longoria does not dye her own hair. She's on Desperate Housewives. Do you think ABC's like, sure, go ahead, dye your own hair. We don't care. Is it $8.99 at, Walmart or whatever? Go for it. We don't care. No, she's getting a professional. She's not doing it from a box.
Agreed. Yeah, sometimes you got to see through that and say, okay, well, you're a great spokesperson, but ultimately I don't think you're actually using this product. Chelsea, all right. You might need a little product as in some booze or something to get through some of these games tonight. Bucks and Pacers. How you feeling about this one? The Pacers laying 7.5. They're minus 350 on the money line. Bucks plus 275. Your total is 222.5. That's down a couple of points from 224.5 yesterday. Isn't the simple handicap here? The Bucks don't have Damian Lillard. He's out for the season, probably going to be out for most of next year. Now they were, as I said earlier in the show, they were 10-4 outright. The Bucks were this season without Damian Lillard in the lineup. So they were very good, like surprisingly good. However, there is some bad blood between the Pacers and Bucks. Sounds weird to say, but it's true. They don't like each other. This is a playoff scenario where the Pacers can close things out. They lead this series 3-1. And what is going to be the mental effect on the Bucks of knowing, like, we were already behind the 8 ball and now we really don't have a chance?
Right. If you didn't believe in Doc Rivers before, are you going to believe in him now with fewer chess pieces, which he can manage against the Pacers? So no. But here's the thing. Like, if we feel really strongly about this, we can bet on it. It's time for us to put our money where our mouth is. Because the line's only 7.5. It feels a little short to me. Like, I don't know what I'm not seeing. You kind of mentioned some of the regular season records of the Bucks. I do feel like it's a little different, though, like looking at regular season games as opposed to, postseason games. I will say there are some good wins in there. They beat the Pistons twice pretty handily without Damian Lillard. So maybe there's still some fight left. And I will say this. They still have somebody who I feel like we rarely talk about as one of the best players in the NBA, and that's Giannis. If anybody can single-handedly take on just about anybody, it's Giannis Antetokounmpo. So if you look at his points prop, it's set at 32.5. I think if you believe in the Bucks at all, like that would be the handicap for me, is you just go points prop, elimination game, superstar 32.5. Just take the over for minus 125. But other than that, I think I'm still just sticking with the Pacers here. 7.5 feels like a number they can certainly cover. But I will say this, sabotage factor. The Pacers have blown leads before, and sometimes they can be a little inconsistent. So maybe if they don't play their best brand of basketball, the Bucks will still have a shot. But I think I'd rather depend on Giannis as opposed to playing a side in this game.
Yeah, I think so as well. I would look at maybe a Bobby Portis over when it comes to his total points, just because he's going to have to be one of those guys that steps up in the absence of Damian Lillard. It opened at 12.5, now sitting at 13.5, now juiced to the unders, so you might want to look for the best number there. But I would look at that as well, but I would be more comfortable just laying the big number with the Pacers. I just don't know how the Bucks are going to respond tonight. Elsewhere in the East, probably a better matchup at the Garden. The Pistons and the Knicks. The Knicks laying 5.5. The Knicks minus 220. The Pistons plus 180. Your total is 214.5. That total is now up from 212 and a hook. Does this feel like a trap? Does 5.5 points seem like too many for the Knicks to be laying? What am I missing here?
I feel like 5.5 always sounds like a lot of points until like the final 30 seconds of the game. And if like the Knicks have a comfortable lead and it comes down to free throws, that's when it really sinks you. So buyer beware. You're right. 5.5 seems like a lot of points. And we have seen a lot of close games in this series. Like the Pistons, I feel like got screwed last game. But do we see a better performance? Because the thing about the Knicks is it's more dependent on the Knicks than it is the Pistons. Because when they're playing their best brand of basketball, like they're a really good team and they should be beating the Pistons, as this line suggests. But sometimes this is a Knicks defense that has breakdowns around the perimeter, and they can be pretty inconsistent. So which Knicks team are we going to get? That's going to be the gamble. But what can we count on in this game? Can we continue to say Cade Cunningham is going to fill out the stat sheet? Because I feel like that's probably going to be the case. Again, I'm going to go with that elimination game angle for superstars, because Cade Cunningham is going to give it all he has in this game. But he has been 25, 10, and 10. Last game, around 26 is the number that he's been averaging for the season. And we've seen it in some of these games against the Knicks. Like sometimes some of the shooting percentages haven't been quite as efficient as maybe he'd like. But 26.5 is the number on his player prop tonight. I think that's where I would go. Again, superstars on the brink of elimination. I think they give it all they have. So I'm going to go with Cade Cunningham tonight.
I like that. I also like the points prop for Jalen Brunson as well, set at 29.5. But he's scored at least 30 in every single game in this series and really steps it up when he's playing at the Garden. So I don't mind that as well. Bit of a lower total here compared to when I bet when I bet player props just in general. I want to see a lot of points on the board, but ultimately you're talking about the two primary scores for each team. So I think either of those bets is probably the right call. Also, when it comes to the Pistons, I mean, you're right. 5.5 seems like a lot. Maybe it's not, but the Pistons are, a correct call away from maybe having this series tied at 2. So I expect a tie, but I think it would lean Pistons in the points here. What about the Magic and the Celtics? Celtics laying 11.5. The Celtics are minus 650. The Magic are plus 475. The total is 199.5. The spread has come down a point from Celtics laying 12.5. The total has come down 4 points in this game. So what is going to happen? Magic and Celtics, will we see something similar to Cavs Heat, where the Magic just give in? I mean, my God, they got to play better than that.
I don't think they're going to lose by 50, if that's what you're asking, because none of these games have been like that lopsided. In fact, we've had some close calls for Boston. Similar to the Knicks, I feel like this is mostly dependent on like what Boston shows up and if they really have their foot on the gas pedal, because we know they have one of the most electric offenses in all of the NBA. Whether people want to talk about Jason Tatum or not, he is one of the elite scorers. It feels like at least that's what we saw last game in that win over the Magic. But if I talked about superstars on the brink of elimination and some of these other games, feels like we have to mention Paolo Banchero in this one, because he has been a scoring wizard, even in these losses, 31, 29, 32, 36 in each of the 4 games against the Celtics. So I'm going to stay with the card here, and I'm going to go with Paolo Banchero. Let's see what the number is. I'm sure it's high, because I would imagine this is probably a popular bet, but he is the key to their offense. 29.5 is pretty high, but I would still lean towards the over there.
Yeah, I think I'm going to play this, and you mentioned the numbers, but when you have guys going all out in these potential elimination games, and look, the Magic are not going to win tonight. If they do, I think we'd all be stunned, even though the number is moving towards them a little bit. But 29 on the hook, juice to the over at minus 130 for a guy that has hit this number in every single game except for one, and even that game he had 29. I'm with you. I feel like he's the one guy you can count on in this series. So I'm going to be with you on that. I think I'll play it as well. Over 29 in the hook for Paolo Banchero. Finally, in the West, what has been the best series of the postseason thus far? The Clippers and the Nuggets. Going back to the Mile High City, the Clippers are laying 1.5. They're minus 135 on the money line. The Nuggets are plus 110. Your total is 208.5. You know me. I'm going to stick with the Clippers here. What are you going to do, Chelsea?
I think it's going to be a clip show type of show for us. Going to go with the Clippers here. It feels like when the Nuggets win, it takes like late game heroics from unlikely sources. So it feels like not a repeatable source of wins for the Nuggets. So I think it's just going to be too little, too late. I think it's going to be the Clippers here. What we've seen out of Kawhi Leonard, and even if they get something from James Harden in this one, I just think that the Clippers have more depth, and that's kind of been the story of this series. So again, this mosquito is back and trying to play some defense on me, but no, we're not going to let it happen. So I'm going to be on the Clippers with you, especially since it's only a line, a 1.5, or you can just take them on the money line at minus 135.
Do it. Put it on the card. Why not? I mean, this series has been unbelievable. Of course, we had that Aaron Gordon dunk. We had Russell Westbrook with his steal. early in this series because he said he knew the play that the Clippers were going to run on the inbounds. There's just a lot of compelling storylines here. Maybe you bet on Nikola Jokic to get a triple-double. You can probably get some plus money on that as well. I mean, he's averaged a triple-double during the regular season. He's been great throughout the playoffs. A lot of different ways to bet this game, but, you know, I'm kind of like you. I've been on the Clippers the entire way. Had a little bit on them to win this series. I'll just take them on the money line at minus 135. But then again, I'm worried about laying the 1.5 because this series has been so freaking close, but I will lean LA. Coming up next on the show, we'll take a quick break from basketball, but not for long. We'll all jump in and discuss what we're watching. It's coming up on my streaming corner next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you along with us on a Tuesday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, we have our streaming corner and what we've been watching. Before we get to that, I have an update for you. Do you remember the lactation room here at Odyssey? What is going on with this joint? Yes, we've talked about it numerous times on this show. What is the story? So, little background. The lactation room is a lactation room. I don't think I need to explain that. Inside the lactation room, a couple of years ago, I opened it one day, and I'm like, this thing has been occupied for like a few months. So either there's a cow in there, I don't know what's going on, but I'm opening this thing up. I open it up. Nobody's in there, of course. But what is in there is the most gorgeous Michael Jordan painting I've ever seen in my life. Incredible. And I was like, I should steal this thing. But then my morals kicked in. I said, I'm not going to steal this. I'll leave it here. But man, I would. Then a couple months later, I peek in. Someone did steal it. Someone took it. It's gone. And now I go by and I see the little, I don't know, the little slat where you can make it occupied or unoccupied. It's kind of in the middle, like somebody's been messing with it. I'm like, is anyone in here? What's the story now? And now it's locked. You can't even go in there and lactate if you need to. So I don't know what's going on, but I need to know the story behind this room. Who took that painting and why now has it gone from being accessible to unaccessible?
I mean, it sounds like the newest Netflix thriller, right?
It sure
like
does.
You get an all-star cast, The Mystery of the Lactation Room, starring Sydney Sweeney.
Oh,
that would go crazy.
God. Sold. Great choice. You are hired as our casting director. One of one.
We got to reel it in this morning. Do you think they moved the painting to another room?
No.
In the radio station that's more used?
No. I think somebody took it. 1,000% somebody took it. Off hours. I don't see any cameras in here. And who would have noticed anyway? Like, I don't think many people knew that painting exists. It's sitting in someone's basement. I did. I did the right thing. I should have taken it. And I didn't when I had my chance. Oh,
sounds like something a guilty person would say. All I'm saying, it's always the last person you expect. Michael
Let me
Jenkins,
tell you something.
I think you did it.
If I had that thing, I'd be bragging about it. I'd send you guys pictures like, look what I did. You're not going to be, isn't it gorgeous? Don't say anything. Come on. We're all part of a team here. Nobody squeal on me. Who says squeal anymore, by the way? But yes, I think it's a great casting choice, and I'm perturbed at this point by the fact that now it's gone from stolen property to you can't go in here now. Like, what's in there now? Has the whole thing been emptied out? I don't know. Hell of a mystery.
I
what if
can't
somebody
wait
was actually
for you
lactating?
to.
Oh,
right. That's
nah.
what I was gonna say.
Who's lactating?
Like, wait until the day where you pry open the door to like check on this Michael Jordan painting, and there's actually somebody in there doing what the room is made for.
I'd love to see it.
Kicked in the face.
If a woman is lactating and also has the wherewithal to kick me in the face, then you know what? I deserve it. I'm like, wow, you are ready to be a mom. That's incredible. What dexterity. I just don't think it's ever been used. And so that's why I think they locked it up. And now I don't know what's in there. And it's really bothering me. I don't know why. I haven't checked it in a long time. You know, I'm just security check. Not creepy at all.
Pandora's box. I feel like you want to go in there because you can't go in there, right?
That's exactly right. That's 1,000% right. If I could, I would. Like, I used to be able to open the door. I'm like, oh, okay, boring. And then months later, I'm like, no, I can't get in. I want to get in. You know, it's that reverse psychology thing, I guess. All right.
Have you ever felt this way about the women's bathroom? Like, I think there was an episode of The Office about this, where, like, the women's bathroom is, like, this mythical land, and they're like, oh, my God, nobody's here. Let's go to the women's bathroom. Have you ever wanted to go in?
That is not something that has ever intrigued me, honestly. Well, I'm like, I got to go in there. I'm like, I think I have a pretty good idea of the layout. The lactation room with the Michael Jordan poster, I mean, that's a whole different world. But the women's bathroom, I'm like, I don't need to go in there. I walked into a women's bathroom once in Vegas by mistake, and I got like 3 steps in. I was like, whoa, bad call. I'm out. That's Vegas. Okay, well, before we go down another road here, at the Odyssey Studios. It's time now for my streaming corner.
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
Thank you, Double D. The thing I want to stream, obviously, is The Lactation Room with Sydney Sweeney coming to Hulu, but we'll have to wait on that one. Here's my question. What should I be watching? Because I hear a lot of people say that I should watch Severance on Apple TV. That's a very popular one right now. The Pit, people keep saying, I think is on Max. And that's supposed to be great. Chelsea, I need some recommendations. Chelsea, I'm going to start with you.
Well, somebody was watching The Pit. Who was it? Somebody on our show was watching The Pit. Was it Dylan or was it Den? Somebody fess up or somebody's got to have to squeal.
It's squeal. Good call. Let's work that in a few times during the show. Denton says no. He's not watching. He's not watching those.
He's not the rat.
Not
All
The
right,
Pit.
so
I think it's Dylan. Oh, it's Dylan. Yeah. Dylan, you want to get in here and sell me on The Pit?
He doesn't have his oatmeal squares in the background. Like he has a writer, like a clause in his contract that he has to have oatmeal square cereal in his back. Oh, it's not there, Dylan. What a letdown.
Dylan, get on in here. Sell me. And who does it star? Noah Wiley, I believe. Is that correct?
I don't know the actor's name who it stars, but I have to tell you, it is a fantastic show because it's so fast-paced, just like a regular, I don't know. They say it is very well done, doctors that have watched it. It's just all about trauma surgeons and, being able to be fast on your feet in the medical field, and I don't know, it's just it's kind of gory, so I feel like you would like it, Jenks. There's a sub-crime element to it.
Okay.
So you'll get your taste there, but I think it's just an awesome show. I don't want to spoil too much. I'm trying to talk it up without giving anything away, and I don't know. It's a tough line.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Now, it does star Noah Riley. That's not correct. Noah Wiley, I should say, from ER fame back in the day. Double D, I know, is champing at the bit here. All right, Double D. What, you've seen this? Is this good? Is this worth watching?
I've watched the first couple of episodes of it, and yeah, Dylan's not wrong. It's fast paced. It's very graphic as far as medical emergencies and things like that. But it's very solid with a good subplot to it as well. So yeah, the Pit's a solid pick, but I'll give you a couple others that you probably should check out.
Okay.
Paramount Plus, Mobland with Pierce Brosnan, Tom Hardy, and Helen Mirren is unbelievably fantastic. It is Guy Ritchie at his very best, and it is all about the British mob. It is fantastic.
That sounds like something you would see on a promo. This is Guy Ritchie at his very best. Mobland. Okay.
Well, Jenks, didn't I tell you about them reading that during a basketball game and the announcer said Mobland?
What? He called it
He pronounced
Mobland?
it wrong and he called it Mobland, kind of like Evan Mobley. And clearly it's Mobland. And he was like, Mobland.
Mobland. That I had a friend. I want to be very non-specific here, but on the air years ago, have I told this story where we had a baseball segment, and the person next to me says it's our play of the week brought to you by the all-new Chevy Corvette, and I was like,
Oh no!
I just remember hearing cackling in my earpiece, like is what I heard, and I was like, Michael, just straight face. All right, Mobland it is then. What is that streaming on, Double D? Paramount Plus, you said?
Paramount Plus. Also, Jenks, come on. Matlock, let's go.
Oh, God.
Matlock.
Are you still watching Matlock with Kathy Bates, honest to God?
Honest to God.
It's good.
Great show. It's fantastic.
Man, if I walked into Kathy Bates in the lactation room, forget it. I'm quitting on the spot.
Oh no. I don't know if that
That
one
had to
would
be
do the
done. Come
numbers
on.
that Sydney Sweeney would do in the lactation room. I'm just saying.
Sydney Sweeney is out. Kathy Bates is in. That's what I say. Get out of here. Dan, what are you watching? What am I missing? What are you watching?
So I feel like my shows are very, very different from your shows. My wife and I are watching Battle Camp on Netflix. It's like a reality competition show, which features all of Netflix's reality show TV stars, which admittedly I know zero of, but she knows them.
Okay.
And they compete in challenges. It's hosted by Taylor Lewan. I think it's fascinating. I like those competition shows.
Okay. Good. Chelsea, you're a competitor. You're going to watch that? And here's the thing. When we talk about things on the show that are streaming, we also have to keep in mind that you, the majority of the time, are with the little girl Blake. So we have to find something that's also proper for her. So Mobland out.
Yeah, I don't think I can see people's heads getting blown off in front of my 5-year-old. So we watch a lot of sports documentaries. I've told you how we have been following the one on the Red Sox, but now we're trying to get ready for the Kentucky Derby. So apparently there's a sports documentary on the Triple Crown. So we've been watching that. I'm a former horse girl, so I want to see more about the horses. But it's mostly about like the owners and the jockeys. And I understand the horses don't talk, so it's hard to be like, hey, what's your personality like? And it just continues pooping. But I do think it's fascinating learning about some of these owners. So it follows around like some of the more flamboyant owners. Like one of these guys, I think he has like the most expensive tanning bed in the world. And you can tell the guy kind of looks like a hot dog. But it's getting me ready for the Kentucky Derby, which is this weekend.
Oh, I'm excited. I think, I'm not sure, but I think we're going out of town for the weekend to spend the weekend with some friends, and we're going to go to Charlestown, West Virginia, and bet on the ponies there. So that should be fun. So I got a little Kentucky Derby brushing up to do. That's always a good time. So maybe I'll check that out as well. Coming next on the show, we are back to sports and the headlines in the NFL, including a potential new deal to bring the Washington Commanders home to D.C. That and a whole lot more coming up next. It's on Hour 2 on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, we'll get you ready for the day ahead in sports betting. We'll start with a little NFL headline roundup. Yeehaw! Including some big news for Jenks Commanders. At 7:20, we have 4 NBA playoff games tonight, and we give you bets for all 4 of those. At 7:40, speaking of bets, you know we have some in baseball. We'll go down the entire slate. And hopefully pick some winners. So speaking of picking winners, so Jenks, I have the list of horses competing in the Kentucky Derby this weekend.
Oh.
And I feel like since I know nothing about, horse racing and some of these horses, I like to pick based on the names that I think sound like future champions of the Kentucky Derby. So the names that I like the most, I like Owen Almighty. That's a good one. Sandman, who I think is one of the favorites. Like, come on, that's a Metallica song. Like, you gotta go with Sandman there. Tistastic. And here's one for you, Jenks. Journalism. Is journalism dead, or is it finally going to get a win? A rare win in the year 2025. So those are some of my favorites. Some of the other favorites as far as, the board is concerned. Journalism is actually 3-1. So I guess it's supposed to be a fast horse. Final Gambit, like that one as well. And Citizen Bull, a Bob Baffert horse. Bob Baffert has not won a Kentucky Derby in 4 years. I think he's supposed to be like one of the goats of the Kentucky Derby. So, Bob, what are you doing? You got to win one. Irrelevant? Question mark.
Well, he had to deal with some punishment for, correct me if I'm wrong, but he had to deal with some punishment.
Yes.
He was banned from Churchill Downs for at least a year or 2 because of substances allegedly being given to one of his horses. And then I think he went on TV and said it was part of cancel culture. If they found a foreign substance in your horse, I don't think that equates to cancel culture. But yes, he's doesn't seem right to me. But yes, I'm rooting for journalism. Journalism needs a dub. So that's my guy, my girl, whatever. That's my horse.
Yeah, your horse. There you go. It's fun to be like a casual sports fan occasionally because, like so many times that we have to be informed sports fans where we have to have takes, we have to know the numbers, we have to know every single stat about every single team. So it's nice to just sit and look at a list and be like, hey, I like this one. And you know what? Like, I feel like sometimes that is the best strategy. Like, we see this in March Madness. There are people who just pick based on the mascots or they pick all the favorites. And what do you know? They get the final 4 correct. So maybe this will be my big win when I do zero research and I actually pick the winner. Will you be betting on the Kentucky Derby? I feel like you normally do.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go, as I was saying earlier, we're going to go with some friends and we're going to go to, the horse races or the facility at Charlestown where there's a casino, there's a horse racing track. So we're going to go there and bet on the Derby, and we're going to dress up a little bit. Nothing crazy, like with crazy hats and, expensive suits, but we'll dress up a little bit and just kind of get into the spirit of it. So I'll do a little bit of research. I'm not going to go crazy, but I'll do a little bit of research and put some money on it just for fun. Yeah, absolutely.
My research will be what color is said horse. Because I think I like rooting for the horses that are not just brown. Because most of them are brown or bay or chestnut, however you want to classify them. So if there's like a gray horse or like a white horse, I'm going to go with that one. That's your expert handicap on the Kentucky Derby, courtesy of me. All right, Jenks.
Yes.
Huge news in your neck of the woods. The Commanders are returning to RFK. Apparently, the Commanders in the city of DC have reached a deal to build a new stadium on the RFK site that's set to open in fall of 2030. It's supposed to seat 65,000 people. It's going to have a roof. We don't know if the roof will be retractable just yet. And also, I know this is big, 8,000 parking spaces. I don't know if that's a lot. Like, maybe you can fill me in on this, but it feels like you will have a stance on this because you obviously have been in DC a long time. What does this mean for the city?
Oh, it's absolutely massive for the city. Now, there does need to be some things worked out. The DC City Council needs to approve it, so it's not a done deal yet, but this is as close as this deal has been since this was a talking point, for years and years and years. And it's really interesting how quickly things have moved now that Dan Snyder is not with the team. That was a big sticking point. But now Josh Harris has come in, and very quickly things have improved like that. So when you think of this franchise and you go back, all of the history-filled videos that you see, the memories, they're all from RFK Stadium. That's when the team was winning Super Bowls, when they had Hall of Famers. The history is pretty sparse over the past 2 decades, and that absolutely has to do with ownership. So it just feels right for this team to be back in the city. And honestly, it's huge because DC almost lost the Wizards and the Capitals. That came very close to happening, and at the last second, that deal in Virginia fell through. So now the Wiz and Caps are in DC, and now potentially the Commanders could be in DC as well. If you haven't been to the nation's capital in a long time, you know, it's not a huge city compared to LA or Chicago or New York. It's pretty small. Now, the DMV is big, DC, Maryland, and Virginia, but the district itself, DC proper, is pretty small. So to have all of these teams potentially right here, specifically the Commanders with all of their history, is just huge for the fan base. Everybody has wanted this for so long. Let's just bring it back to the spiritual home, as the owners call it. So it's something that's really exciting, and there's renderings out. And if this goes through, then they want to begin in 2030 and potentially host, WrestleMania, concerts, a Super Bowl. They'll have the potential to do that. Even Roger Goodell has said, we'd love to have a Super Bowl in the nation's capital. And now that's an actual possibility.
Yeah, feels huge. And I also think that I really like it when cities have their stadiums like close to one another. And close to the actual city. Like, aren't those like the iconic ones that you think of where, like, think of like Pittsburgh and think of like the Pirates Stadium where you can like see from home plate, the skyline. Like, those are the ones that I like to see. Same with colleges. I like the ones that have the stadiums right on campus. As somebody who went to a school that did not have a stadium on campus, it sucks. It feels like you're going to like a corporate event, and it doesn't feel like you're at a college football game. So I feel like there's just an added aura to it when it's closer to the actual city center.
Oh, there's no question about it. And also, for an outsider, it might not seem like a big deal. It's metro accessible too. So to be able to use public transportation to hop right off and be right there at the stadium is huge. And they also have proof of concept too, because we're right here in Navy Yard in DC where Nationals Park is. And I can tell you, before Nationals Park was here, there was not a whole lot here. It was not a great area of town. And now you've got Nationals Park. I mean, there's businesses everywhere. There's housing everywhere. There's restaurants. I mean, you've been here in this area, Chelsea. It did not used to be like that at all. My friend Kelly, I used to work with years ago as a reporter back in the day in TV, and she had not been to D.C. in a long time. And so when she came to visit, we came to Navy Yard, and she's like, wait, this is Navy Yard? This is Navy Yard. I was like, yes, this is Navy Yard. So it's the same idea, which is if we put a stadium and we build housing and shops and parking and restaurants and all of these different things, then you're going to have to improve the infrastructure as well. Then it becomes a vibrant part of the city, and over time they'll get their money back. That's the theory behind it. But again, they've done it here in Navy Yard. They could do it again at the RFK site.
Well, and it'll be easier for you, correct? You won't have to like take those 45-minute Uber rides out to Arlington.
Yeah, also true. That would, I don't know if they're going to move the practice facility or the team offices to DC. They haven't made that decision yet, but potentially, yes, that would be a very nice thing.
Next on the headline roundup, let's stay in the NFL. And I am seeing that this is, quote, not political. So you can't direct any political commentary towards me because I preface by saying this is not political. Donald Trump has endorsed the tush push. So the Eagles visited the White House, and President Trump was talking about the tush push, and here's the quote. I hope they keep that play. Coach, I don't know. They're talking about getting rid of that play. I understand. They should keep it. What do you think, Saquon Barkley? I like it. We have guys like this pushing you around a little bit. I like it. It's sort of exciting and different. What an analysis, Jenks. I mean, this has to be the final say on the tush push, right?
I mean, how can you add to such a brilliant analysis? I like it. What do you think? I like it. It's great. I like it. Should we keep it? I like it. What do you think? Oh, let's keep it. Saquon, I like it. That's what I was going to say. So, nailed it.
Yeah, I mean, next up, he's going to be on First Take. Who knows? But, I mean, it's one of those things. Has anybody really come out against it and put their name on it? Like, that's the interesting part to me, is that, like, nobody wants to sign their name to it. I've seen maybe Sean McDermott say something, but all these people, all the detractors, it feels like they're scared to say who they are.
Yeah, who is the one team? Is it the Packers,
the Packers.
maybe? Is it the Packers? Yeah. The Packers are the one team that has sort of co-signed on, all right, we're sort of over the tush push. But, you know, that was an issue at the owners' meetings a few weeks ago, and they sort of tabled it and said, okay, we'll look at it again. But they took a straw poll, and essentially it would not have passed, which is to ban the tush push. So I think it's going to stick around. And the crazy thing is that were this an issue across the league, then I can see the league maybe doing something about it. But really, it's the Eagles, and then the Bills use it a little bit, and that's about it. So when it becomes team-specific, it sort of feels like you're punishing the Eagles. I am no Eagles apologist by any stretch of the imagination, but ultimately, if they can do it and do it well, then I feel like they could use that and should use that to their advantage.
Yeah, that's football. It's tackle football, guys. It's part of the game. Get used to it, adapt or die. Maybe just make your offensive line or your defensive line, I guess, a little bit better to defend it. All right, we love drama here on the show, and here's some within the Odyssey umbrella. So apparently Bills GM Brandon Beane got really upset with a radio host from our Buffalo affiliate. So apparently the fans are kind of upset about like the wide receiver room, saying, hey, we don't have enough wide receivers. But Brandon Beane says something to the effect of, hey, we scored 30-plus points in 8 consecutive games. The offense is doing just fine, folks. And he said it a little bit more colorfully than I did.
Yeah, no, it was. I was just listening to the last few minutes of your show before I came on, waiting on here.
All right.
Sounds like 2018 all over with you guys.
Well, how so?
Well, you guys were bitching 2018 about Josh Allen. You guys wanted Josh Rosen, and now you guys are bitching that we don't have a receiver. I don't get it. Like, we just hold on, let me talk. We just scored 30 points in a row for 8 straight games. A year ago, I get you guys asking why we didn't have receivers, but I don't understand it now. You just saw us lead the league in points when you add all the postseason. No one scored more points than the Buffalo Bills, including the Super Bowl champions. So you just saw us do it without Stephon Diggs, same group. How is this group not better than last year's group? Our job is to score points and win games. Where do we need to get better? Defense. We did that. So I get it. You got to have a show, and you got to have something to bitch about. But bitching about wide receiver is one of the dumbest arguments I've heard.
So there you have it. He is all fed up with what the fans are saying. But here's the thing, like most fans are not educated. Like I'm not saying this about like the Bills franchise in general. I'm just saying, most fans are not checking the numbers. They're not a general manager of a team. Do you think this is fair though? Like for a general manager that's had it with what the fans have to say? Because at the end of the day, like these are the people who buy tickets.
I think that while I understand the frustration, look, if you're a general manager and you hear something that you disagree with, and look, the GM made a really good point. Like, we're putting up a ton of points. Maybe we don't have the star power that you wanted us to have because Stephon Diggs is no longer with the franchise, but ultimately the numbers are the numbers. But ultimately, if you are a general manager, you have to rise above here, right? Like, this just kind of comes with the job. you're never going to please any of the fans or everyone on talk radio. It's never all unicorns and rainbows. So you have to kind of check yourself and say, I don't like this. I think these guys are wrong. But ultimately, if you're going to go and complain every single time you hear something you don't like, be it a local outlet or a radio station, you're going to be complaining constantly. You just kind of have to accept that that comes with the territory.
Yeah, I do think it's fine that he brought it up, though, especially since he was waiting to go on that radio station. So it's like the people that are listening are his target audience. So I think it's fine to address it. Just maybe don't get as worked up, because we did bleep out like the curse words there, but he did drop about 4 or 5 in there, which I don't know if they edited, but for dramatic effect, he certainly got his point across. All right, coming up next here on the show, time to go to the NBA. We have 4 games tonight. We're going to give you bets for each game. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Tuesday. It is April 29th here on the Daily Tip. And we have a little bit of breaking news to get to before we get to our NBA handicaps for the night. George Kittle has signed a new deal with the San Francisco 49ers. It's for 4 years, $76.4 million, which gives him $19.1 million a year, which makes him the highest paid tight end in the league by a narrow margin over Trey McBride. This was reported first by Bussin' with the Boys, who is Will Compton and Taylor Lewan. Big break, big scoop for those Big J journalists over there. So $40 million of this is guaranteed. Jenks, I think the biggest takeaway for me in this is finally some good news for the Niners. It feels like it's been a stretch where it's been a lot of bad news with injuries, with contract disputes, with guys having to walk. So this was a big win. I know a lot of the guys on the team absolutely love George Kittle. I think most people do. A very talented player who gets the bag.
Yeah, he deserves it. I mean, when you think about the elite tight ends in the National Football League, he's right up there. And the one thing I love about George Kittle is he's a great all-around player. Do you know what I mean? Like some guys are great pass catchers, some tight ends are great blockers, but he does everything. Like he's just nasty on every single play. And I feel like there are some guys who set a great example across the board for how you should play the game, and he's one of those guys. So good for the Niners, good for him. This was a signing that needed to happen.
Yeah, it's one of those locker room guys that you really want on your team. I forget what show it was. There was a documentary that followed him. It was wide receiver, it was called receiver, even though he's not a wide receiver. He was on it. And they show him during the games, and you can tell that he is setting the tone emotionally for a lot of the guys on the team. Like he's so positive, he's over the top positive, that I feel like this is like a big signing for the Niners. Obviously very good on the football field as well. So just wanted to inform people, especially if you're a Niners fan, you got some good news to wake up to this morning. All right, let's go to the NBA and handicap some of these games. So not great news for Bucks fans, as it was reported that Damian Lillard is going to be out for the remainder of the season and probably then some, because he has torn his left Achilles. So obviously he's not going to be playing in this game for the Bucks. Bucks on the brink of elimination here. They're down 3-1 to the Pacers, but yet this line's only 7.5, Jenks. It's a little strange to me. Total of 222.5. It's come down 2 points since opening at 224.5. So does this line make sense to you? Do you think you'll be betting on this one?
I kind of want to. Do you really trust the Bucks to keep this within the number without Damian Lillard? Maybe. They did go 10-4 straight up without Dame Dollar during the regular season. But I think for me, it's not a question of, okay, I mean, sometimes regular season statistics can equate to what we see in the postseason. But to me, this is more of a mental thing than anyone else. Like the Bucks were already playing from behind and not playing good basketball here in this series, and then they get this news. How motivated are they going to be to go into Indiana and to be competitive? Giannis will be Giannis, but I just don't think they have the depth. We've seen that even when they had Damian Lillard, and now they have to know, look, this guy's out for the rest of the postseason and now probably out for most of next season. It's just such a hurdle to have to get over, especially when you're down in this series. I feel like the Pacers could run away with this.
Yeah, I think that the simple handicap is that the Pacers are going to win. The Bucks are down on their, emotions here after suffering the loss of Damian Lillard, and it just doesn't feel like a very deep team. So it's Giannis and like whoever chips in. So maybe you say to yourself, okay, if anybody can take on an entire team, it's probably Giannis. Obviously one of the best players in the NBA that it feels like maybe we don't talk about him quite as much simply because he's playing for not one of the contenders this season. But the other thing is the Pacers have blown some leads. Like they've lost a game in this series. And I think a lot of it was just because they took their foot off the gas pedal. But I kind of like that. I kind of like that they got a reality check in one of these games. So it feels like they should be more motivated to close things out at home tonight. And I do think that 7.5 points is too much. for the Bucks to cover. So I think I'll go with the Pacers laying 7.5. You could also take a look at Giannis. His points prop is really high, though, 32.5, and it's juiced to the over at -130. Maybe it's a little too expensive for me, but is anybody going to be shocked if Giannis puts up a big game on the brink of elimination?
Mm-mm.
I think not.
No. I mean, Giannis is probably the one. It's the only thing. Or I will say Bobby Portis. I did mention that earlier, but I do think that his number has gone from 12.5 to 13.5 if you're looking at his points prop, because someone's got to pick up the slack, right? Ultimately, I think if you want to bet the Bucks, maybe it's one of those two guys, but that's about it.
Yeah, as far as guys you can trust, the list is very short. Like, Jenks, are you going back to the Kyle Kuzma well again? His points prop is 9.5.
Nah, I think that was a one and done. I'm so mad I didn't play it at the time. I talked about it and didn't have the guts to play it. You know why? Because I blame you. Because you go, Jenks, it's Kyle Kuzma. I was like, oh, yeah, sorry. I kind of got lost there for a second.
I said a fact.
I mean, you did say a fact. I mean, so I can't knock you for that. But he did hit it. He did hit it.
All right. Next up on the card, we stay in the Eastern Conference, go to Pistons and Knicks. So this is game 5. The Knicks lead it 3-1. Knicks laying 5.5 at home here. Total of 214.5. Do the Pistons have one more in them? I see this number and I'm very tempted to take Detroit here just because it feels like I'm rooting for them. But the thing is, if the Knicks are locked in and they're playing their best basketball and they're getting contributors other than Jalen Brunson, and Jalen Brunson doesn't have some like weird injury in the middle of the game, it just feels like the Knicks are the better team. But I feel like this series is closer than the series games tally actually looks. You get what I'm saying? Because obviously that last game, the Pistons probably should have won it. And that call at the end that the officials admit that they blew kind of cost them. So, Jenks, 5.5 points. Are you taking it with Detroit?
I don't think I'm going to play it. I think what I am going to do here is, I've been researching this bet during the show. I think what I am going to do instead, I would lean Pistons. This has been a really competitive series, and this is one non-call away from perhaps being a 2-2 series instead of the Knicks having the advantage, but that's over now. I think what I'm going to do is go Jalen Brunson over his points prop. I really like this play a lot. So Jalen Brunson, maybe this is an alt points prop. I'm going to play it anyway. Over 28.5 points is -141, but he's gone for 34, 37, 30, and 32. He's even better at the Garden, especially over the past couple of seasons. So if you want to play it at 29.5 and reduce the juice, you can do that. But I feel like Jalen Brunson, as long as, I think the only thing you have to worry about with Jalen is he's always kind of banged up. So there's a possibility that, he hurts his wrist, hurts his ankle, his knee. He's tough as hell. But that's something you have to worry about when it comes to playing him individually. Still, I like it a lot. I'm going to go his over on his points prop.
Yeah, nobody's going to be shocked if the NBA's reigning clutch player of the year comes up big in an elimination game. So I totally see that. The other angle that I'm looking at for several of these games is superstars on the brink of elimination. Because don't you think if you're the star player on a team that, this could be your last game of the season, you're going to give it all you have. And I'm not saying that they didn't give it all they had in some of these other games. I'm just going to say they're probably going to shoot a little bit more. So you could apply that maybe to Cade Cunningham. If you look at his points prop, it's a little high at 26.5. But he averaged 30 points per game against the Knicks during the regular season. But I'll say this, the Knicks defense has kept him in check in some of these. So he's only gone over this in 2 games of this series, had 36. Only 1 game of this series thus far. Had 33 against the Knicks on the 21st. But other than that, he's gone for 25, 24, and 21. But this is the final game. I feel like the Pistons probably lose this game. I would love to be wrong here, but I think that's the angle that I'll go with. As a superstar on the brink of elimination, I'm expecting a big game for Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that. One of the most underrated players. I'm now glad that he's finally getting the recognition he deserves, where it's gone from, hey, is Cade Cunningham ever going to sort of lead the Pistons to being a winning team again and become that player that he was supposed to be out of Oklahoma State? And he is, and now he's getting his due attention. And teams are keying on him, and they're still not able to stop him. He's been great in this series, so I'd be behind you on that bet.
Yeah, I'll be rooting for him. All right.
Yeah.
And then finally, I think, or not finally, in this game, I think this angle holds especially true. Magic and Celtics. Celtics laying 12.5, total of 199.5. I'm not sure if the Celtics cover this number, but it does feel like it's just too much offense for the Magic to contend with. Because we knew going into this series that it's kind of a bad matchup. The Celtics, when firing on all cylinders, have one of the best offenses we've seen in like NBA history. I think that was one of the metrics last year when they won the NBA Finals. So 12.5 is a steep number, but I don't think I want to lay it simply because the Celtics are one of those teams that it feels like they can kind of toggle it on and off. They know exactly what they need to do, and they'll do just enough. We've seen that in this series where they've kind of been a little, I don't want to call them lazy, but they're not beating the brakes off the Magic, at least, you know, in accordance with these spreads. Jenks, are you playing a side here?
I think no, I don't want to. The money's coming out on the Magic, which is kind of odd. And also, the total just got, like, hammered down, too. So I think, you know, when you have a smaller total and a huge spread, then that makes me worry a little bit. Also, this is one of those games where I kind of feel like if the Celtics are in control late, they could pull their starters and maybe the Magic get a backdoor cover or something like that. Total has gone down 4 points, which is crazy to me. Like that's a huge movement for an NBA total. But I think I like Paolo Banchero's points prop. So you can go over 29.5, juice to the over at minus 130, but he's had at least 29 in all 4 games. He's hit over 29 and a hook, 3 of those 4. We've talked about this narrative where if you're on a losing team but you're a star player, you kind of give everything you have, you know, that last-ditch effort to try and keep your team in it. So I'll play that.
Here's this parlay. Let me get your thoughts on it. Okay. Paolo Banchero to score 25-plus points, and you combine it with the Pacers on the money line. It's minus 130.
Oh. Well, let's switch up this bet then.
Well.
Dude, I'm putting that in right now. I mean, I like the Pacers on the frickin' I like Pacers laying the points. Dude, let's add.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah. That's a great parlay. I love that.
The parlays are back, people.
They're back.
Jenks is normally the one that cooks them up, but I think you could play either of these standalone as well. Like, if you're not a big parlay person, I get it. Like, obviously it's a little bit tougher. But if you look at Paolo Banchero in the series, he has been the go-to guy for the offense. 31, 29, 32, and 36. So if you're saying, hey, 29.5 is a high number, it's the last game of his season, or at least it probably is. So I'm going to be super shocked if he doesn't score 30 points. But if you want to play it safe and go 25, he's hit this in every game this season. And this is right at his season average, averaging 25.9 points per game. So I think that's a pretty solid parlay, but I say so myself. All right, final game of the night, Clippers-Nuggets. This has been a Clippers show for the past week or so. Clippers laying 1.5 on the road, total of 208.5. Jenks, is it more Clippers for you in this game?
Guys, this is just vibes, I think, more than anything else. I just like what I'm seeing out of LA. I'm getting I just want to manifest like a Clippers win. I mean, I say this because it's hard to come up with real numbers here and a real angle when you're talking about a series that has been this close and this hotly contested. So I just like the Clippers here. Good on the Nuggets for getting that incredible win with that Aaron Gordon dunk. But I feel like the Nuggets might get a little bit worn down compared to the Clippers. And I feel like at some point, I mean, we've seen Kawhi Leonard sort of go off, but I feel like he's going to have a moment in this series. That's just me sort of feeling the Clippers right now. I like the way they played at the end of the year. And look, the Nuggets are going to be tough out because they have that championship experience, but I still feel like the Clippers have the edge in this series. And this series may go, like maybe it goes 6 or 7, but I've been riding with the Clippers, so I'm just going to stick to my guns and keep going with them.
Yeah, I think they're favored for a reason here. And I think that you bring up a good point. When it comes to handicapping in the postseason, sometimes it is about the eye test. And sometimes you're not going to be able to pick all these trends and metrics because it is a one matchup sample size. Like what they did against the regular season, like it doesn't really matter because you're specifically handicapping against this one team and for this said series. And how are they playing now? Like there was no team hotter than the Clippers going into the postseason. So I feel like they're carrying that momentum. They look like the deeper squad. And plus, the games that the Nuggets have won, it feels like it was, late game heroics. Like in the final second, we had a Nikola Jokic air ball that Aaron Gordon, slammed in the final second. We had Russell Westbrook making like hero plays at the end. So I think if I'm betting on a side, it feels like the more repeatable result of the win would be the Clippers, the team that has more depth, and they've got Kawhi Leonard as well. And James Harden's had a good little season in the regular season, at least. So I'll be on the Clip Show as well tonight in the West Coast. All right, coming up next, time to go to baseball. Our favorite plays in MLB come your way next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Thanks for starting your morning the best way possible, of course, with us here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. Here in a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite baseball plays of the day, because we do have a stacked card in Major League Baseball. All right, Jenks, so let me ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
If Catherine were to be an actress, and she had, quote, insane chemistry with somebody as good looking as Michael B. Jordan, would you be worried? Because apparently this is the deal for Josh Allen. His new wife, Haley Steinfeld, apparently did a great job acting in her new movie Sinners with Michael B. Jordan. But every single bit of media that I see with these two is about how good their chemistry is.
Right.
And I understand that it's acting and this is her job, but would this make you a little nervous to let your wife be making out with Michael B. Jordan?
I mean, he's a good-looking guy. It wouldn't feel great. But ultimately, you know, that's A, that's acting. And then B, that's her job. And then B, that's life. Like, honestly. Just because you get married or, I think we've all met people that you have great chemistry with that you're not married to who might not be your partner. It doesn't mean you cross a line, but I think that's just natural. It's human nature. And sometimes you end up working with those people like, wow, we just have really awesome chemistry and it works out well. But then, you know, you draw boundaries and you have parameters and then that's the end of it. But it makes it worse when obviously you're making out with that person. That's just like an added part of the deal. But if you're in acting, then, you know, that's it. I said this a few weeks ago, but it's like the whole Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper thing when they sang, what's
In
that
the
song?
Shallows.
Yes. And when they performed that, I think it was it the Oscars? And the way they performed, people were like, these guys are in love. They are in love with each other.
Yeah.
Look at them. And then she appeared on Jimmy Fallon. She's like, it's acting, guys. That's the whole point. You know, so I think that if they look that way, that's part of the appeal and part of their talent.
I would tend to agree. And then you see stories like Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt when people are like, wow, their chemistry is amazing. Whoopsies.
And they're doing it. Oh, okay. Well.
All I'm going to say is that it takes a very secure person to watch that and be like, wow, the acting there is just incredible. Because I will say, like, as far as critical reviews from, like, people who actually know acting, they have given rave reviews about Haley Steinfeld and her role in this new movie, Sinners, which I don't think I'll be seeing. It looks kind of like scary, and obviously I have to see stuff that like my 5-year-old can see, so I don't know if I'll see it, but it does look interesting. Have you heard anything about this movie?
A little bit. Isn't it vampire-esque? Doesn't it have some vampire elements to it? Is that right, Denton? I don't know.
Yeah, I think like Michael B. Jordan plays a vampire.
Oh,
in
okay.
the movie. It's gotten rave reviews. Everyone's praised it.
Okay, yeah, everyone says it's awesome, so all right. I'm not a big vampire movie guy. But if I will say though, if a movie is good and it gets good reviews, then I'll be like, all right, maybe I'll give it a shot. I try to stretch the boundaries if I can.
Yeah, I think a lot of women will see this movie, like vampires and Michael P. Jordan in like tight-fitting clothes.
Jake's gonna wake up and be like, "Hey, I was listening to the show this morning, and we good? Everything all right?"
Hey, I mean, Josh Allen's wife is making out with the guy, so like at least I'm not doing that.
Good point. I mean, fair point. But yes, the reviews have been awesome, and you were not alone there. But I understand that. But I feel like if you're going to go out with someone or you're going to be partnered up with someone who is an actor or actress, you just kind of have to accept that. Like if you're going to get angry every time there's a romantic scene or a kissing scene or something that's sensual or something in that vein on the screen, then you know you're probably not long for being with that person.
Yeah, like this is what you signed up for. That or you need to get Jordan Hudson as your publicist. Like, no, she's not doing that. I'm stepping in. All right, Jenks, maybe we'll handicap some baseball. Let's get to some of these games because we do have a stacked card to get to. So let's start with this one. In the nation, or not in the nation's capital, but it does involve the Nationals. This one in Philly, Phillies Nationals. So Philly big favorites here, -190, total of 8.5 runs. The Nationals, though, have one of their better starters on the hill. Mackenzie Gore goes. He is 2-3 with a 3.34 ERA. Zach Wheeler gets the ball for the Phils. He's 2-1 with a 3.62 ERA. So as soon as I saw these two pitchers, Jenks, my first thought was a first 5 under. Yep. Are you with me, or did you see this one differently?
I think I'm going to play it. Why not? Let's go. First 5 under 4.5 is minus 130, Chelsea. Yeah. I mean, how do you not take advantage of that, right? You're talking about 2 number ones here? I mean, Zach Wheeler has allowed just 2 runs in each of his last 2 outings. Don't sleep on Mackenzie Gore. By the way, these guys, these 2 pitchers, Mackenzie Gore number 1, Zach Wheeler number 2 in strikeouts this season. So these guys are going to miss a lot of bats. The Nationals are in the bottom third of the league in the first 5 when playing on the road this season. I'm adding this. I got a big card today. I got 4 bets. I'm adding this to the card. I like it.
Ooh, me too. That was my first instinct, and I'm going to roll with it. I think people probably don't realize how good Mackenzie Gore has been. And I understand that, he's only 2-3, but you mention it, the strikeouts. I think this is especially huge in the first 5 innings when you've only been through the lineup, twice or so. Like maybe when he gets to the 3rd time around, that's when, guys start to punish him a little bit. But if you can strand some of those runners, this is absolutely huge when you're playing any type of an under bet. I am looking at some of the splits for these hitters against Mackenzie Gore. We know Nick Castellanos crushes lefties, and he does that against Mackenzie Gore. So maybe the sabotage factor, some of these guys like him, hitting .318 with 2 home runs and 22 at-bats. But I still like that first 5 under, especially when you get a 4.5. I think I will add that to the card as well. Speaking of good pitching, the Cubs have one of their best going today as well. Shota Imanaga goes for the Cubbies, who have been really good this year. 2-1 with a 3.18 ERA. Cubs minus 155. Andrew Heaney counters for the Pirates. He's 2-1 with a 1.72 ERA. Pittsburgh is plus 125 if you like that. Total of 8.5 runs. This one in Pittsburgh. So, Jenks, you've banked on Andrew Heaney before, and I'm pretty sure we've bet on Shota before. So do you bank on both these pitchers, or do you just ride with the better overall team in the Cubs?
I mean, do you trust Andrew Heaney? That's the thing. But he's pitched 14 1/3 consecutive shutout innings. Faced the Yankees earlier this year, struck out 10. Pirates won in extra innings. And we know what Shota Imanaga can do. How about the under? Or do you take the Cubs on the money line? I mean, the Cubs at minus 150. Maybe that's the call.
Yeah. If you don't trust the Pirates bullpen, which I feel like is a pretty easy sell. If you're saying, hey, Andrew Heaney could be good, but listen, the Pirates are not the better team here. The Cubs are a team that swept the Dodgers. Now they have their best starter going. So I think for me, you just play the Cubs outright. Like if even the starting pitchers kind of cancel out, like who's the better offense here?
Yeah.
Got to be the Cubs. So I think I'll go just the Cubs on the money line, minus 155. I'm not sure if I'm adding it to the card just because it's a little juicy. Jenks, is this one making the card for you?
Sure. I'm just going to add a bunch of bets.
Sure.
I'm going off the rails today. Just add it to the minus 155 against. Here's the thing. Chicago versus Pittsburgh. I mean, the Pirates cannot hit the ball. They're 27th in OPS. They're 28th in slugging. So even if Shota struggles, which I don't think is going to happen, are the Pirates going to be able to touch him up? I just don't think so. And you mentioned the Pittsburgh bullpen. That's the real factor here, right? So let's just say for the sake of argument, this pitching matchup is equal. I don't think it is. But even if it is, like late in the game, the Cubs have a massive advantage. I'm going to shop around. But yeah, I'll take him on the money line.
Yeah, here are the offensive numbers to kind of back up what we're saying. If you look at the Cubs in OPS, one of the best teams in all of baseball, ranking 2nd just behind the Yankees. And then you look at the Pirates, they're 4th worst in the majors. So I feel like you look at that there, and then you factor in the bullpens. I think maybe it does go on the card for me. You're talking me into it, Jenks. All right, next let's go to, you want to talk about the Braves and Rockies, which, do you have a play on the Rockies?
Oh, no. I have a play on the Braves. The Braves have not announced a starter yet. I don't care.
Right. That's why I was wondering.
I don't care. This is a straight fade of German Marquez. My God. I want you to listen to this. He's 0-4 with a 9.30 ERA. This is what he's done in his last 4 starts. 3 runs in 5 innings against the A's, 5 runs in 4 2/3 innings against the Padres, 7 runs in 2/3 innings against the Dodgers, 6 runs in 4 innings against the Royals. The Rockies have lost every start he's made this season by the run line except for one. It's just L after L after L. I'm going to take the Braves on the run line, -130. I'm just going to fade Marquez.
Well, here's your handicap. The Rockies have won 4 games this year. 4.
Also that.
4 games. Like, I don't know what they're on pace to win, but
5.
35 games.
They're on pace to win 5 or 6.
No.
They started off hot.
Rockies.
They've won 4. Not any longer. I mean, and the Braves are better than the record, as we know. I mean, God, I feel like this could get ugly. I would look at the first, maybe I could look at the first 5, but I don't know. Over the course of the game, wouldn't you just fade the Rockies pen and just go Braves run line here?
Yeah, I mean, they won 4 games. I said what I said. Do I need
said
to
what I
repeat
said.
myself? So they won 4 games. All right, how about the late night game? Marlins, Dodgers. Dodgers big favorites, -190. I'm not seeing a pitcher listed for the Dodgers, but for the Marlins, it's Sandy Alcantara, who's having a bit of a rough season. 2-2, 6.56 ERA. Jenks, what's the play here?
I think you just go Dodgers run line. I know it's really square, but you can get the Dodgers run line +105. I mean, here's the thing. Sandy Alcantara we've talked about it on the show, he just has not been the same pitcher. He's given up at least 3 runs in each of his last 3 appearances. Only time he pitched on the road this season, it's only been once. Gave up 6 runs to the Phillies in 2 innings of work. Dodgers have covered the run line when playing at home about 60% of the time. So we need to know who the Dodgers are starting, but I don't know if it's going to matter because the Marlins hit for average. They're a better hitting team than you think, but obviously the Dodgers are way a cut above. So I think you just go Dodgers run line at plus money.
Yeah, or if you like DFS or player props, Mookie Betts absolutely crushes Sandy Alcantara. 2 home runs and 13 at-bats, hitting .462 OPS of 1,500. So we'll be looking for his name in the lineup to cover the run line or at least help. Hour 3 is next here on the show, and we'll start with some of the biggest headlines in the NBA as the postseason continues on here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
From the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we're off on hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. Oh, it's just a Tuesday. Boring. Whatever. We'll get you through it. We got a lot of NBA to talk about. And we'll bring in Denton, hopefully. A little game of this or that. Yeah, you up for that?
Little game of this or that.
Little game of this or that? Okay. I didn't tell Denton. He's like, oh, yes, yeah, we'll do that. Talk a little NBA. Then in 20 minutes, we'll get back to the nuts and bolts of tonight's action as we chat with Tim Reynolds, who covers pro basketball for the Associated Press. And at 8:40, make sure you stick with us as we bring in the Dogster and tell you our best bets. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Big day for this guy, Chelsea. Going to the dentist after this show. Oh, yeah. And, yeah.
That dentist.
Yes.
The one that you're supposed to have a happy hour with in the near future.
Tomorrow. I promised him. So, yeah. Like I said, I can't turn him down 3 times in a row. So I'm going to have, first of all, I'm going to get through the hygienist, and there's one of 2, and I'm just praying to God it's the one I like. The other one just talks the entire time. It's the same stories again. And then she throws in like political opinions. I'm like, I just want you to, and you know how it is. I'm like, please get this over with. And he's going to roll in, right? And be like, I'm going to look at the film, whatever they go, it looks good. And I'm going to have to say, tomorrow, if you're not doing anything, you and me, buddy, we're doing drinks. So I'm going to have a lot to maneuver here in about an hour. So this is not like your normal trip to the dentist. There's a lot going on.
Have you thought about a combo date of both things? No. Having drinks and dentistry at the same time?
Oh, that's what I want. Do a shot and then go ahead and... sorry, I kind of got... did I cut your gum? Yes, you did. Can you put that scraping tool away? How about I just give you some laughing gas? Yeah, that's my ear, sir. You're way off. Yeah, let's keep those two things separated. Although the one time I will say,
you could have drinks.
Yeah, I'll gladly. Well, then I'd probably do something stupid or move my head in a weird direction. I do remember one time, and this is the one time I freaked out, was when I had, of course, I've told all these stories before, when I had Invisalign a few years ago, and one of my bottom teeth was just sticking up a little bit because, teeth grow in different ways. And so I was like, hey, now that I'm done here, can you just kind of even out, like just kind of very lightly shave off the top of this tooth to make it even with the others? And he was like, sure. And so he did, but there was like a U shape. And I was like, why am I still going to this guy? Is he listening? I hope not. And so it was a U shape, and I was like, well, he thought, regardless, it was just hitting the top of my mouth. He goes, oh, so it's aesthetic. I'm like, of course, they're your teeth. Of course they're aesthetic. Like, regardless of, yes, they're your teeth. You can't grow back. So fortunately, I said, can you do this again? And I just want it even. And fortunately, he had not shaved off enough where it ended up being an issue. But I was horrified. I'm like, yes, their teeth.
This is the same guy
you
you're
got a bowl cut.
Today.
Yes.
On your teeth.
Drinks on him.
Yeah, drinks, exactly. It was the most stressful. Imagine just looking and you see at the top of one of your bottom teeth a small U shape. And it's not going to grow back. Oh, I was terrified.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Jenks, I'm sensing a pattern. So you're having drinks with this dentist who did that to your teeth, and you're still with the same tax guy who once told you that you owed $60,000. What are we doing here?
Okay. It was his assistant.
Time to say no.
I know. I'm not good at it. I think my dentist wants to, you know what it is? He wants to talk about, I hate to say this, he wants to talk about personal issues because I went through something personally, divorce, which I think he's kind of going through. And so I think he just wants to like talk it out a little bit because I kind of survived that. And so I think he needs, which I understand. I mean, it's not easy. So I totally understand that. I'm here to help. And then with the other guy, it was his assistant. So the good thing about my tax, I'm just making excuses. The good thing about tax guy is he's sort of the head honcho guy, but I can contact him directly. So whenever I need to get a hold of him, like I can call him and he's like, yes, Michael, saw it. Don't worry. I'm on it. So I don't know. That's my excuse, but maybe I need to pivot. Maybe it's time to pivot.
It's okay to fire people. It's fine. They're not good at their jobs.
I'm not.
You can go in another direction. It's okay.
We'll see. I know. This is good therapy for me. I guess what we'll do is we'll see how drinks go. We'll see how today's visits go, and then we'll see how drinks go.
Do you think the hygienist that maybe gets a little too political will now ask you about the tush push? Because the president mentioned it.
You know what? That is actually a great question. I think she will. And I'm just going to sit there
But it was in the rundown.
Stare.
It's not political.
It's not. It's not political. We're just talking about one of the most divisive presidents in United States history. See, even if you say that, it's like, oh, he's getting political. Guys, I'm going to go in. I'm going to stare at the ceiling. I'm sure they'll have The View on or something, and I'll just get my teeth cleaned. That's all I care about. All right. Basketball news quickly before we bring in Denton. Damian Lillard out for the rest of the year. Torn Achilles. You probably saw this. Feel bad for him. Had the vein thrombosis that kept him out at the end of the regular season. But the bad news about this for the Bucks is not just this year, but also Dame Dollar could be out for also the majority of next season. So we wish him well because, man, that is a tough row that he has had to deal with over the past few months. Okay, we do have some NBA action tonight, so we're going to play this or that. All right, let's welcome in the host of This or That. It's Denton Day.
Game shoe music.
Yeah, there it is.
Big money.
Welcome to This or That on the Daily Tip. So we got a couple different props that I'm going to throw at you guys, and you guys get to decide, do you want this one? Do you want that one? Pretty simple concept, right?
Yeah.
Some of these do stretch across games. Some of these are going to be in the same game. We're going to start with one that's going to stretch across a game. This is one that I believe it was Chelsea gave us yesterday. That was the foundation for this idea. Would you rather bet Nikola Jokic to record a triple-double at plus 135 or Luka Doncic to score 35-plus at plus 150 in the upcoming Lakers elimination game?
Ooh. I think I would go Jokic triple-double. Luka could always go up. I'm worried about how tired the Lakers are going to be. But then again, they've had some time off, right? So they should probably be fine.
Yeah, they got multiple days off.
They got multiple days off. Okay, I can't really use that handicap. But listen, Nikola Jokic, as we know, averaged a triple-double during the regular season. 35 is a high number for Luka. The T-Wolves have been really great and physical defensively. I'm going to go with the Joker.
Yeah, I feel like the handicap's simple here. Nikola Jokic has averaged a triple-double throughout the season. And if you look at this series, he's hit it in all but 2 games. So 2 out of 4 games, which is very similar to Luka Doncic. He's hit this number in 2 of 4 games, but the difference is Luka Doncic is not averaging 35 points a game. Nikola Jokic is averaging a triple-double. So when you give this to me at plus money in a super meaningful game at home, I feel like you got to take it. At plus 135, I'm going to go this, and I'm going to go with Nikola Jokic.
All right.
Luka owes me money. I'm taking Luka. He owes me $45. I'm not going to put $45 on this.
You should have had that.
He smoked a layup. Oh, my God. I'm so upset about that. Oh, my God. It was $1 that would have turned into 45. Anyway, all right, number 2. Tonight, would you rather the Bucks win Game 5, they're plus 275 on the money line, or the Nuggets win the series in 6, a 4-2 series win at plus 525?
Ooh. Can we go neither?
That's what I was going to say. I was like, neither.
Pass.
Yeah.
What's on the next Showcase Showdown? I want to see what's on the next one.
It's a new
fridge.
Yeah, it's a new fireplace set. Okay. Gross of all the things you could have given me. This poker costs $29. No, neither one.
Neither. The first neither. It only took me 2 to get to the neither. All right. Number 3. Would you rather Jaden McDaniels to score 20-plus points at plus 425 or LeBron to record a triple-double at plus 675? To be fair, LeBron was 2 assists away from a triple-double in Game 4.
Ooh. All right, so let's go to the box scores with this one. I think I'm going to go with Jaden McDaniels simply because you have more ammo for this handicap. If you look at his points in this series so far, he's hit this in 2 of 4 games. And plus, it just feels like points have been aplenty for the T-Wolves. This offense has been electric, and they've been banging down low and super physical against this Lakers defense that really hasn't slowed down the T-Wolves too much. I know it's looked like a 90s style series, but the past 2 games, we've seen more points. So I think I'm going to go with that one, especially at the price when you get plus 425 for 20-plus points. Doesn't feel like that far off, but from what he's been getting. But you're right, LeBron's been really close to getting triple-doubles as well. And it's an elimination game for the Lakers, so you could go with either.
Yeah, I think either of these is a good plus money bet if you like it. I'd go with Jaden McDaniels as well. Again, 30 points in Game 3. But when we saw Ant Edwards go off in Game 4, that was the first time he led the Timberwolves in scoring all series long. So, of course, average-wise, he's going to lead the team. I think he had 43 points in that game. But I think ultimately this is a Timberwolves team that has shown us throughout the playoffs that they're much more balanced than we realized, which is one of the reasons why that they have taken the series lead against the Lakers. So I think if the Lakers are going to have a chance, then Luka's going to have to go off. Maybe that takes away from LeBron's chance to record a triple-double. Maybe not, but I think Jaden McDaniels is more likely, so I'll take him at plus 425.
I got LeBron on the card already.
Do you?
I got LeBron on the card already. There is nothing that fuels a great athlete like hate. And Rudy Gobert is on the other side. Rudy Gobert elbowed LeBron in the head in the previous game. I think we see a little bit of vintage LeBron. I don't know that the Lakers are going to win, but I think I'm going to win. And I think LeBron records a triple-double at plus 675. All right, we got one more for you. We got a little bit of Magic and Celtics. We're going to try and make this game as interesting as possible because Lord knows they aren't doing a good job of it. Would you rather take Paolo Banchero to score 35-plus points at plus 275 or Derek White to record 7-plus assists at plus 310? Derek White did hit this number in game number 4.
I'm going to go Paolo Banchero. I feel like this is, if there's a chance for him to go off, this is it. This is the swan song tonight for the Magic. I'm not going to win this game. I'm going to beat the Celtics. So if you're Orlando, just feed Paolo Banchero, let him do his thing. I mean, Derek White, it's not a bad bet either. But ultimately, I'm going to go with our theory of the superstar back against the wall, nothing to lose, ball in his hands, plus 275, pretty good price. Paolo Banchero to score at least 35 or more. That's where I'm going.
Yeah, I think that the motivation is more clear for PB of Paolo Banchero in this one. And plus, you look at some of the shooting splits here. He shot as many times as he did, 32 times. He shot 32 times last time around. So clearly he is the go-to guy for the Magic. And plus, he's been in the 30s every game but one of this series. So if you're giving me plus 275 in the final game of the season, it's going to be Paolo Banchero unloading on the offensive side of things. So I think he's going to give it everything he has in this one. Would not be shocked if he records 35-plus points. So we'll go Paolo Banchero to make it a sweep of the team.
Well, I hope there's one more seat on the Banchero train ride tonight because I'm joining you guys.
Yeah.
I'm jumping on Paolo Banchero in this one as well. I like Derek White. I think he brings a lot to the offense, but I think we're going to see a lot of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown ISOs, meaning Derek White, go over there. We're going to take this thing over. So I'm going to take Paolo Banchero as well.
I hope you get a chance to yell at Luka, by the way. You owe me $45.
Oh, I thought about Venmoing him, but I was like, do I want to be that guy that Venmos Luka Doncic?
No.
I did not. If it calls me again, though.
But if it happens again, though,
Hey.
we're talking.
No. We're talking. I need lunch.
I just feel like in this Celtics game, there's a chance that it could be a blowout. And you know what kills props? Blowouts. When they put in the subs and it's not the main guys who are starting. Because think about it. The Celtics, their sights are set on the NBA Finals, not blowing the hell out of the Magic, in the final game. So I think this is going to be a comfortable win. So I would rather be on Paolo Banchero. But it sounds like you have a lot of money riding on the Lakers game. You need them to score like 200 points.
I just need Luka. I need Luka and LeBron to do everything. Austin Reeves can go. He can just run cardio. Jackson Hayes can just sit on the bench. Dorian Finney-Smith get some cardio in. I just need those two guys in particular to do everything.
I mean, they're probably going to have to, right? So in this spot, I don't mind that at all. Get your money from Luka. Come up next on the show. Can anyone challenge the Oklahoma City Thunder in the West? We're going to ask that question and a whole lot more to Tim Reynolds. He covers the NBA for the Associated Press, and he is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Thanks for being with us live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Coming up on the show, we'll stay on the hardwood. Bring in Tim Reynolds, who writes about the NBA for the Associated Press. Speaking of the NBA, Shaq, you're going to continue seeing him on NBA coverage, but he is now the general manager at Sacramento State University. His son, Shakir, will play for Sacramento State coming up in the fall. So this is a voluntary role. And we've seen this before now. Steph Curry is an assistant GM at Davidson. And we have Andrew Luck going back to his former school in the football realm, the GM at Stanford. So just a little more Shaq. You know, you can never have enough Shaq, whether it's Papa John's, Icy Hot, and now you'll see him around Sacramento State. If you're trying to raise money at the very least or raise awareness for the university, then he's the guy.
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering what Shaq was up to. I never see him these days. Just kidding. You see him on every other commercial. So this is a good move for the school, especially because not only is he a literal and figurative, great, face for the program, but also somebody who's been really business savvy. So if you're trying to get that NIL money, he has been a really good investor. So I feel like that's a good sell as well.
I want to be a spokesperson for something. I'd get something lame. Like, hi, I'm Michael Jenkins from the Daily Tip. It's not sexy, but colon health is important. And that's why I recommend Cologuard, a non-invasive stool DNA test to test for colorectal cancer. Like, oh, well, Shaq gets pizza, and that's what I get. It's never going to happen. If it's not going to happen now, it's just never going to happen.
I was going to say sun shirts. You know, when you went on that beach vacation and you were telling me about your sun shirts, I was like, wow, how does your fiance keep her hands off of you?
Well, look at this skin. This is milky white skin. You got to protect it at all costs, especially at my age. I don't know how Catherine does it, honestly. Probably all the drugs I keep giving her. But you know what? I'll take it. Let's talk a little NBA. No drugs needed to enjoy some playoff action on the hardwood. And we bring in Tim Reynolds. He is the NBA writer for the Associated Press. Follow him on X at @ByTimReynolds. And Tim, let's just get it started in the West, which I think so far has been the most compelling as far as different storylines. In your mind, which team is the biggest challenger to Oklahoma City?
Well, first off, good morning. And that's the first time I've ever been brought on by a Cologuard.
Yes.
Good morning, Tim. good morning. Wow, I'm awake. Everybody's up now. No. Well, to me, and I kind of thought this going in. This is not any disrespect to Houston or the Lakers, not just because they're both down 3-1. I think the Clippers have kind of been an untold story all year. They are elite defensively. They just are. I mean, we don't. Maybe it's because they play their games at 10:30 in the East. I don't know what it is. Maybe because defense isn't particularly sexy or exciting. They are airtight defensively. They defend from the rim out. Zubac is as good as it gets at the rim. Kawhi is, he's not the Kawhi of old, but he's still pretty close to that guy, to the claw, the guy that can just lock down anybody at any time. They are long. They are, obviously well coached. Ty Lue knows exactly what he's doing. He's won a title. He's a brilliant guy. He's one of those guys that doesn't get enough credit because, you won your title with LeBron. Ty Lue is elite. I think a round 2 matchup, if the Clippers get out of the Denver series, and obviously there's no guarantee that they will, a round 2 matchup for the Thunder facing that defense doesn't really seem like the most fair path for a team that won 68 games during the regular season. They are going to get seriously tested if it's the Clippers in round 2, and if it's not the Clippers, then you'll have to deal with Nikola Jokic, which is about a half dozen problems, by himself. So to answer your question, I think it's the Clippers.
It does feel like there's plenty of teams in the West, and we've seen that all season long, and that's kind of why, the standings down the stretch were so crowded in the West. I saw you wrote an article on the Cavs after their blowout win over the Heat last night. I feel like that's another team that people just don't want to give credit to. I think people see the regular season, they say, oh, well, it's the regular season. It's still going to be the Celtics coming out of the East. Why do you think, or I guess you could go the other way and say maybe these people are right, but is there an argument to be made that the Cavs could be the team coming out of the East?
See, and I talked to Kenny Atkinson about the point I'm about to say at a practice on Sunday. Like, it's the proverbial this team doesn't get enough credit story, and I do think OKC got some of that, and I think Cleveland fell into that too. Like, I think these are two of the most not talked about number one seeds, period. 68 wins on one side, 64 on the other. All Cleveland did this year was start 15-0. Then they had a 12-game streak. Then they had a 16-game winning streak. They just scored 504 points in a 4-game series. They literally just scored again while we're talking. They're still scoring even though the game is over from last night. And they beat Miami by, 92 points in the 2 games down here without Darius Garland, who is an all-star. They are scary good. And the thing that I like about the Cavs so much, and I have liked about them all year, is they have a best player. Like, Donovan Mitchell is their best player. Like, there's no disputing that. Except the best player doesn't really care about being the best player, and you can never tell on a given night, like, who the go-to guy is. DeAndre Hunter can have big nights. Evan Mobley can have big nights. Jared Allen can have big nights. Max Strus. Max Strus was so good for them in this first-round series and has been a steadying guy, kind of all year. He missed a lot of it with the ankle, and then he comes back, and people are like, how's he going to fit in? Well, he fit in perfectly. Kenny Atkinson is pushing all the right buttons. They will have, let's assume it's Indiana coming out of the Milwaukee series. They're up 3-1 with a Game 5 at home tonight. Indiana can score with Cleveland. There's no question about that. I just don't think Indiana has enough to deal with the inside-outside threats that Cleveland is. I think Cleveland getting several days off to rest. That series won't start until at least Saturday. That's going to help them quite a bit as well. It gets Darius Garland back into the rotation. He'll only need a few more days at most for that toe. They're frighteningly good. I think, obviously, when you get to round 2, you can lose to pretty much anybody. I think Cleveland's answered a lot of questions, and people still say Boston's the favorite coming out of the East, and rightly so. I think Cleveland answered an awful lot of questions. Yeah, this wasn't a great Miami team. It didn't even look like a good Miami team these last 2 games. But as much as the Heat are responsible for a lot of that, Cleveland is also responsible for a lot of it. I mean, they just completely dismantled a group that was playing pretty well to get in and looked like it had figured something out in the second half of Game 2. And then Cleveland just absolutely does. These last 2 games are unlike anything we've ever seen, particularly for a road team.
We're talking with Tim Reynolds. He is the Associated Press writer for the NBA, also a writer for the Olympics as well. Follow him on X at @ByTimReynolds. Tim, when you're talking about the East, is it the Cavs and Celtics, or is there any shot for a team like the Knicks?
I think there's a great shot for a team like the Knicks, particularly if they keep getting every call in the last second of games. I think that helps them out a lot. I mean, that's a series-changing call, because I think Tim Hardaway would have made 2 of the 3 free throws. So I think it's reasonable to think that. I do think when you have Jalen Brunson, all things are possible. I love what Cat has given them. I really do. Cat always has that, can he do it in this moment sort of question, which I think is unfair. I mean, I think Cat's answered that enough by now. I don't know what people expect from Cat. Cat's been pretty good. Cat's been pretty good his whole career. It's selective memory. I think a lot of times when you look at the few games that have been clunkers that Cat's thrown up there, he's been really good. He's been really good for this Knicks team. He's been really, really good with Jalen Brunson. Josh Hart is a Swiss Army knife guy. He does absolutely everything. He at 6'4", he can guard anyone. He can rebound with anybody. He's not afraid to get on the floor. He's just that classic gritty guy that every Tom Thibodeau team should have. And I've said this for a long time. I don't think home court means a ton in the NBA, but I think it does at Madison Square Garden. I do think it's just different there. Boston has an incredible home crowd. A lot of places have incredible home crowds, but it's just different at the Garden. I think opposing players feel it more when you're at the Garden just because it's the Garden, and everybody's so acutely aware of the people that have walked in that court before you, and the crowd's right on top of you, and it's celebrities, and you know who they are, and even they're into it. That court is worth a few points to the Knicks in every game. So yeah, if Jalen Brunson, we don't know really what's going on with his ankle. We just know he keeps scoring 30 points in every game. No matter what happens to him, that he has to go back to the locker room for, it seems like in every game. They are extremely tough. They will not give you a series. You have to take it from them. So, yeah, that makes them a dangerous team, absolutely.
All right, a couple minutes left here. We got to talk about playoff Jimmy, Steph Curry, and the Warriors. Do they have the depth to win the Western Conference?
I don't think they do, but I don't think it matters. I think they are what they are. And I think that's good enough to win. You wouldn't say ordinarily that, playing – it just feels like there are players short in the rotation, and I don't think it matters much. Now, I do know they played – everybody sort of got in at the end. But last night, Quentin Post gave them 20 really good minutes off the bench. Gary Payton is just high motor guy, doesn't look like he's doing much in the box score. The 16 minutes he had last night were basically all spent on defense. They've got Moses Moody, who's kind of been a spot starter. It's in and out of – he was great toward the end of the season when they did have him in the starting lineup. The Kevon Looney thing has kind of been a mystery. Kevon Looney's better than the numbers he's putting up this year. He only played, I think, 2 or 3, maybe 4 minutes last night. That's their bench guys. But when you have Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, I mean, we all saw Jimmy's fourth quarter. I mean, when he was in Miami, when he was here, he always laughed that playoff Jimmy isn't a thing. He almost insisted that playoff Jimmy wasn't a thing. This guy has more clutch points, those games, those clutch moments that the league defines in the playoffs since the bubble. He has more than anybody. He's got 121. Jokic has 110. In the biggest moments, Jimmy Butler comes through, and we haven't mentioned Stephen Curry yet. I've covered this game a very long time. What Steph did in Paris last year in the gold medal game against France, I don't understand why he's not in the GOAT conversation. I just don't. I mean, I know he's not LeBron, he's not Jordan, but for what Steph does, Steph is the GOAT of that. Steph's the GOAT of that world. And he looks like he's 25. He doesn't look like he's in year 16. He's tough. He's understated tough. Steve Kerr's won about 1 billion postseason games as a coach and a player. So to answer your question, Chelsea, I don't think they have the depth. No, I just don't think they need the depth. I think they are what they are. I mean, Draymond last night with 5 fouls. The way he just body up defense against Sengun on that hook shot that could have given Houston the lead with 10 seconds left, that's textbook. That's just how smart the Warriors are. They will make the play. You have to beat them by more than one possession. And that's really tough to do in the playoffs because every possession counts, and the Warriors know that. If a game is on the line, that's the team that's going to come through. So they don't have the depth, and I don't think it's going to matter. I think they are a team that nobody will want to see in round 2, whether it's Minnesota or the Lakers. If the Warriors get out of that matchup, I would pick the Warriors over both of those teams right now, and that's for even with how great Anthony Edwards has been, I'd take the Warriors over either of those matchups in the second round.
He is the NBA writer for the Associated Press, also a writer for the Olympics as well. It is Tim Reynolds. Tim, great insight, and thanks for waking up with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Take care.
You bet. That's very interesting to hear his talk about Steph. But I think he makes a really good point, which is why isn't this guy in the conversation? And, when you hear that conversation, he's right. Steph is kind of left out.
This makes me want to rewatch the highlights of the Olympics.
Yeah.
Because isn't that like I feel like it's one of the most iconic moments that I got to watch live. Like when you see him make those dagger threes for Team USA, like we grew up like rooting for the dream team. Like that was the dream team of our era. What a moment for Steph.
Yeah, he was just unbelievable. And I think I want to go back and watch those highlights as well. You're right. Got me all jacked up for America. Coming up next here on the show. Oh, I got a massive card. We got plenty of NBA games to choose from. We got some baseball as well. What's going to be on the card? And what does a Donkster have to say? Find out all of that as we wrap things up. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Oh, come on, Double D. It's a Tuesday. Sounds like an 80s intro song to me. Love it. Thank you, my friend. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. Appreciate you waking up with us. I'm Jink. She's Chelsea. Best bets. Dongster. We got today. Sammy P today? Is Sammy P growing a beard? I guess saw a little 5 o'clock shadow, a little stubble on the face. I don't know. Maybe he's doing Movember early on. We're going to find out here soon enough. All right, Chelsea, I've talked enough about my nonsense day. Just going to the dentist. That's it. Real exciting. What are you doing today? Little gardening? Trip down to the playground? Gonna jump on the trampoline? Gonna turn on some gore for Blake? Ease her in? What's going on there in Hendersonville?
Maybe we'll turn on some gore. Some Mackenzie gore. Because we're betting on the Phillies and Nationals game. Hi-yo. So I plan on taking a nap today. I feel like I haven't had time for naps lately. But I'm penciling it into the schedule today because Blake has Mother's Day out, which it is coming to a close very soon. So she goes to Mother's Day out twice a week, which means from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., I get some mom time where I get to not be a mom for a little bit. So it's nice. But once the summer rolls around, ain't no more Mother's Day out. So I am relishing these last Tuesdays and Thursdays of alone time.
What happened to Mother's Day out? Why are they doing it in the summer?
It's only during the school
this? I don't
year.
know. Oh. Headed to head to Mother's Day out in the summer. What I'm doing. That's a bummer. Somebody needs to step up. Take over Mother's Day out. Keep it year round. Keep it going.
Yes, the women that run Mother's Day out, I think, are like 85 and older. So I would say, hey, you guys need to work more. But maybe that would be a little cruel.
Would it kill you guys to maybe, put together a game of bingo or two? Would it kill you?
Probably.
It might. We need a break. Okay, I guess. If you say so. What I got? Oh, I'm going to take a nap as well because my soon-to-be mother-in-law, lovely Catherine's mom, Sheila, left this morning. And so they have not prevented me from napping. But you know how it is when you have guests. Like I've been cleaning the house and kind of been keeping up to date with what they're doing because they're kind of bouncing around because they were doing dress shopping, all these different things. So I think it's when things were just a little bit discombobulated through no fault of her own that it just kind of knocks you off your schedule a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you have to be like operating at a higher level. Like even if you have like a little bit of clutter lying around, you have to act like it never exists. Like, oh, no, this is how I always keep up the house. It's always spick and span. It's not just for you. Or for me, it's like the facade of being a normal person for like 3 days in a row. Like when I came to visit you guys in DC, I was like, Chelsea, you got to be normal. You got to catfish them into thinking that you're a normal person.
You are
for
normal.
Just 3 days. You can do it.
You are normal. What are you talking about? You're the most normal person here, honestly.
That or I'm a great catfisher.
Maybe so. I don't know what you're doing in your off time. Who knows? Ponzi schemes, offshore bank accounts. Who knows? Yeah. Well, you pulled it off here, so bravo. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, Sammy P. Bet Sweats. I got cinematic real quick. Bet Sweats. Sammy P and Joe. Oh, we're going to recap last night's NBA games. Noobs Christensen. Noobs from FTN Fantasy. We'll talk NBA playoffs at 10. So that's just a little more than an hour from now. And then Michael Leboff from the New York Post will join the guys at 11 o'clock. All right. Big card. Lots of squad plays. Let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
Chelsea. Let's go to the NBA. I love all these plays. I'm on them as well. What are we starting with?
Yeah, it's going to be a squad ride type of day. So for the first bet, we're getting a little creative. Put together this parlay that I really like. So the first leg is going to be Paolo Banchero, the Orlando Magic, to score 25 plus points. He's hit this in every single game of the series. And this is the elimination game where it feels like he's going to give it everything he has against this Celtics team. Like, if the Magic are going to lose, they're going to do it with Paolo Banchero shooting a bunch of shots. Last game, he shot 32 times. He scored 31, 29, 32, and 36. So I feel like he can get 25. Next up, it's going to be the Pacers on the money line over the Milwaukee Bucks. You've heard the news about Damian Lillard being out. And the only game that the Pacers lost in this series is because they lost focus and they kind of took their foot off the gas pedal. I'm aware that Giannis is really good, but it feels like a team that's very lacking in depth. I feel like the Pacers close this out at home tonight, so I'm just going to take them on the money line. You combine those two, it's minus 140. It's a little juicy, but I feel like this has a very good shot of hitting. So that's going to be the best bet of the night. Paolo Banchero, 25-plus points, plus the Pacers on the money line.
Ooh, I am all over that as well. I'm also going to go Jalen Brunson, over 28.5 points. So I think this is an alt total. You can find it at 29.5, which I like as well. But over 28 and the hook is minus 141. You know me, I don't mind laying the juice. So this is a guy who's built for this moment. He has hit this number in every single game in this series. 34 points, 37 points, 30 points. 32 points. His average ticks up even more during postseason action at the Garden. That's what we get tonight. So as long as he doesn't get injured, then we should be okay here. Now, even in this series, he is left for moments, but still come back and manage to hit the over here. I believe he will tonight. We're going over 28.5 points for Jalen Brunson at minus 141 in New York City.
Look at us, a couple of NBA bettors. Just ball is life for us. NBA.
That's all we care about. Couple hoop heads.
All right, so we do have some baseball plays, though, that are going to be on the squad card. So first up, Nationals, Phillies, first 5 under 4.5. Feels like 4.5 is kind of a gift here. I understand that the Phillies' bats are supremely dangerous when they're hitting home runs, but Mackenzie Gore, have some respect for the man who leads the majors in strikeouts thus far. In fact, if you look at both these pitchers, Zach Wheeler and Mackenzie Gore, you brought this up, 1 and 2 on the list of strikeout leaders so far this season. So I think they can quiet down the bats and deliver us a 4.5 and hitting the under there for minus 130. And then how about one of the surprises in Major League Baseball this year? The Cubs, a team that swept the Dodgers this year, had their ace on the mound and showed it in Managa. Andrew Heaney counters for the Pirates. But these two offenses are worlds apart. The Cubs second in the majors in OPS. The Pirates sitting in the bottom 5 in just about every statistical metric when it comes to their offense. So I'm going to take the better team here. A little juicy, but I don't care. Let's go Cubs on the money line, minus 148 over the Pirates.
Yeah, doesn't this feel like such a good price on the Cubs? Take it on the Phillies or the Pirates, I should say. I mean, I don't get it. Andrew Heaney, I will say, has been really surprising. 14 and a third consecutive shutout innings. But even if he matches Shota, like you mentioned, the bats are the real key here. So I can see this maybe being tight early, and then late in the game when the Cubs bats are going up against that Pirates bullpen. That should be the difference here. So I'm with you. We shopped around, found a good price on it. Minus 148. Happily take that on the money line against Pittsburgh. Finally, Braves on the run line. Minus 130 at the Rockies. Who is starting for the Braves? I don't know. I don't care. All I know is German Marquez is going for the Rockies. He is 0-4 this season. He has an ERA of 9.30. Baby Jesus, what a bad run it has been for this guy. And listen to this. 3 runs in 5 innings against the A's. 5 runs in 4 2/3 against the Padres. 7 runs in 2/3 innings against the Dodgers. 6 runs in 4 innings against the Royals. The Rockies have lost every start he has made this season by the run line except for 1. And the Rockies have won how many games, Chelsea?
4. Stat of the day. The Rockies have won 4 games.
They absolutely stink. They stink. Braves on the run line tonight in the Mile High City. All right, before we get to Sammy P, we got to get to the Donkster. He's been listening to the entire show. He always has a bet, always has a few things on his mind. Donkster, get on in here. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Can we not even get my shot in focus or centered? No respect on this show. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry. I'm in a bad mood. I'm so exhausted.
Why?
What?
I've been locked in the lactation room doing a little bit of decorating.
Oh, yeah?
Ooh.
What have you added?
3 things. A scented candle that smells like teak wood and mahogany. Number 2, a life-size poster of Sydney Sweeney. And number 3, a sign-up sheet for the Kathy Bates fan club. Currently, we have 2 members, me and Double D. Who else wants to join?
Stunned
Crickets,
silence.
Here's a fun fact about Kathy Bates. She's alive and well.
Wow.
That is a fact.
That is a fact. Okay, please give us a pick here.
Packers, minus 7.5 against the Bucks.
Okay, it's Pacers, but good job, Dockster. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, repping his White Sox. Sammy, are you growing a beard, or are you clean shaven today? I thought you were maybe growing it out a little bit.
You know what happens. I do it for 2 weeks, and then I look hideous, and then I just get rid of all of it. You know me by now.
I love it. I for the record, I love it.
Yeah, that's what we need. We need a beard trimming room in the lactation room. Like, what's the male equivalent of like the lactation room?
I don't know.
Because this has been the topic of the show. I know you just stepped in here, but clearly there is a lactation room at the Odyssey Studios, and there used to be a Michael Jordan painting that we all wanted. Now it's gone. I don't know who stole it, but like that's been the hot topic here on the show. The lactation room. Don't know if you've been.
I have not been. I could only guess that Kathy Bates took the Michael Jordan thing. That's my first hit.
Yeah,
she
is Matlock.
Did. Now that I think
It's
about
the perfect crime.
Oh, that's true. Nobody would ever suspect her because we'd turn to her to investigate it.
It's either her or Diane Wiest. One of the two.
It's got to be. I'll tell you what. I'm glad to see the Hollywood dames getting some run on this show. It's about damn time.
No doubt. No doubt. By the way, the Rockies next month in May. I don't know if you two have looked at their schedule yet. Take a peek tomorrow. They might win 4 games next month. This is the worst team.
Well, that would double their total.
So bad.
They've got 4 now.
So bad.
Keep that beard, Sammy P. Don't let people talk you out of it. You look great. Have a great show. That's it for us. Here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger and the entire crew, I'm Michael Jenkins. Thanks for being with us. Have a great Tuesday. We'll see you early tomorrow morning. Bye.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
It's Ian with a three, drills it. Brooks to inbound. And now Şengün. Defended by Green. For the lead. No! Ripping it off. Rebound inside. Whistle blown. Foul. Rockets.
Welcome on in. Tuesday morning, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you for the next 3 hours. Noob Christensen will be joining us in 1 hour, 10 a.m. Eastern, talk about the NBA playoffs. 11 a.m. Eastern, our buddy Michael Leboff will be dropping by to talk about the Stanley Cup playoffs. Obviously top of mind, couple NBA games, pair of NHL games last night, Sam, and it won't be overshadowed by the result, but we did have a controversial non-call very late in the game, which was big. But, I mean, the big story with Golden State, they go up 3-1. Jimmy Butler does make his return after missing a game, and he was huge, man. He flies over the point total prop that people were betting on. He hit every free throw, 12 for 12 from the line. And then it ended up being a big storyline because Butler and the Warriors are hitting all of their free throws almost. And then on the flip side, the inexperienced Rockets, they're fighting, they cover by the hook, but they're missing a ton of free throws last night.
I thought for sure we were going to come out of the Open with Cavaliers highlights because that was a really close game.
My God.
Cavs Heat was just so riveting last night.
Mm-hmm.
Charles Barkley at halftime. I try not to ever use the word quit or choke. This is quitting at its finest. We'll get to that, I'm sure. But playoff Jimmy, guy had, 4 points in the first half? And you wondered, what can he do in half number 2? And Reggie Miller kept saying on the broadcast, playoff Jimmy is going to show up. He's going to show up. 23 points in the second half. In the fourth quarter, Jimmy Butler had 14. The rest of the Warriors had 13. He outscored everybody in the fourth quarter on his team, and he was ice at the foul line. To your point about Houston not making free throws, Jimmy a perfect 5 of 5. The Warriors take a 3-1 series lead, but the Warriors do not cover 3.5. They win by 3.
Yeah, right on the number there. So, I mean, that's what's so great about this team. I mean, you've got a future on them. I do not. But this is why people bought in. And this is what you need when you're going to make a run. It's the first round. So we're relaxing a little bit on that. Like, we're expecting Golden State to march on. Even though you have Houston as the 2 seed coming in, the Warriors are $2 favorites to win the series for a reason. Because they have the ability with the veterans, with the star power that they have. Okay, Jimmy, you're out last time. Steph takes on extra workload. And then last night, Jimmy makes his return. It's all him in the second half. He's clutch Jimmy, playoff Jimmy. What, people get sick of it? I don't care. I mean, he had a great performance last night, and that's why they made the big move to bring him in. Physical series continues. There was no way they were going to kick those players out. Like, they could threaten with the flagrant run, this and that. Fine. But, I mean, no, I don't think anybody likes Dillon Brooks, and he's a bit of an instigator, but you have an instigator on the other side as well in Draymond, and you can't tell me he didn't kick dude's head on purpose. Like, he knew exactly what was going on, and he's rolling around on the ground. I don't know where my leg's going, doink, right in that dude's head. But, yeah, the physicalness in the series continues, and you certainly saw it early on last night, but things settled in the second half a bit.
3-1 series lead. And for those that don't know the math on this, teams that lead a best-of-7 series in the NBA playoffs, teams that lead 3-1, win the series 95% of the time. So let's play this forward. What's the series math, knowing that statistic? Well, you can get a 7-1 on the Rockets.
You do that. You do that.
Yeah.
They're going to win 3
good luck.
straight.
First of all,
Yeah.
good luck. Second of all, if it only happens 5% of the time, it should be much bigger than 7-1.
Uh-huh. Yes, it should be. I don't know why it isn't, but that's just what it is. They can point to the number of times it's happened. But I would guess that those instances you had some star power on the team that was down 3-1. So, yeah, I mean, we can look at the NBA Finals as a whole. Look at the number of 3-1s we have. We already have a couple in the bank. You mentioned one, the result from last night. And we've got Indiana up 3-1. They're playing tonight. We've got Boston up 3-1, playing tonight. Minnesota up 3-1, and New York Knicks up 3-1. Has it been a dud of a first round?
Yes, I believe so. The worst thing that could happen in this first round is somebody get hurt, because these series, for the most part, aside from Clippers and Nuggets, have been very lopsided. And there have been a lot of calls on social media to abolish the first round, shorten it to 5 games, shorten it to 3 games. Yeah, that's what the owners would love to do. Let's give all this playoff money away. We don't want the extra games. Why would we ever want that? It's not going anywhere. The TV contracts were too big, and the owners are too happy with all these extra playoff games. So even though the Heat get embarrassed, you get 2 playoff games, and that place was pretty packed last night for a Heat game. So I don't think there's a solution to this. The reality is the NBA is too top-heavy. And you're going to see another team, which we sort of alluded to yesterday in Milwaukee. Giannis is a free agent at the end of 28. I don't think he stays the whole term. And I think that's another team that gets blown up, and he probably goes to a bigger market. The rich are getting richer. The weaker teams are getting weaker. And those 7, 8, 9, 10 teams, they don't really have a chance. I mean, there's been a couple teams over the years. Miami beating Milwaukee, making it all the way to the Eastern Conference Final, beating the Celtics, getting to the finals, and then losing to the Denver Nuggets. But most years, man, these 7, 8, 9, 10 teams don't have a chance to go deep. No. There's not really a solution. It sort of is what it is. Your hope, if you're a fan of one of those teams, is that you either elevate out of the 7, 8, 9, 10 range, or you dip below it and you can maybe get a lottery pick. The worst place in basketball to be is where the Bulls are and where the Bulls have been. So if you're a team like Miami, maybe time to strip everything down and rebuild. If you're a team like Memphis, what is your future? You get broomed 4-0. Do you have something there with your core? If the answer is yes, then you try and build it back and build bigger. But a lot of these teams in that sweet spot, or lack thereof, 7, 8, 9, 10 seed range, that's the middle. And you never want to be in the middle in sports.
None of this is shocking. This is what we expect in the NBA, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing at all. We're probably going to get the best series in the end. And one series that continues tonight, I think everybody circled and said, okay, this is the best playoff series that we're going to get. I'm talking about Clippers Nuggets. And it has been a back and forth. Majority of the games, 1-possession games. So looking forward to that series continuing tonight. But I think we all knew that this was coming. Okay, either sweep or gentleman sweep in most of them. And it looks like that's what we're going to get. We'll see what happens tonight. You mentioned Cleveland. I mean, they were up by 60 at one point. You could turn it on. It's 43-14. 43-14 extremely early in that game. The most lopsided series in NBA history. Cavs plus 122 in those 4 games. They beat the record by 1. Truly remarkable. The handicap on that game, and we talked about it. We did not bet it. We talked about it. It's in Miami's hands. Are they 1-2-3 Cancun / quit, or are they going to show up and fight and pick up another road game before the inevitable happens? And they quit. They were a no-show. Hero couldn't hit anything from the outside. They knew what was coming. When you give up 138, that's quit. The starters didn't play more than 25 minutes in that game for Cleveland. So that's an embarrassing way to go out. I think everybody knew Cleveland was going to win that series, but you figure with the coaching, with the Heat culture, what a day for Jimmy Butler. That's how he starts the day. I'm coming back, Heat blown out, embarrassed, swept out of their own building, and I'm going to come back and make my return. I'm going to lead the way with a terrific second half for my Warriors. So it was a good day to be Jimmy.
I believe we discussed this yesterday. The Heat look like they need Jimmy Butler. The Heat are running around the neighborhood without their lead dog, without their alpha. He's in Golden State now, and he's the reason the Warriors are one game away. This game, though, last night was a joke. Yep. And the halftime tweets were awesome. At NBA on TNT. Y'all can just cut to a cold case episode till this game ends. It's over. Cut to the reruns because there's no point in watching this game. Yeah, 43-17 at the end of the first quarter. Brutal. Now, here's my question to you. Is Cleveland better than Boston? I know it's the worst possible time to ask this question because we just saw one of the best sweeps of all time and one of the most dominant sweeps of all time. From a point perspective, it is the most dominant sweep. If you're a Boston future holder, if you have them East, if you have them title, are you a little more nervous this morning than you were before the playoffs? My answer would be maybe. It's probably a combination of Cleveland being really good and Miami being bad. But I don't think Boston wants to see Cleveland. They're probably going to say all the right things, bring them on, beat the best to be the best. That Cleveland team is very, very, very good.
Yeah, you're asking someone who right before my prediction was Cleveland gets out, and then they're meeting OKC. I was thinking, is Cleveland better than OKC? You have two sweeps here. That's a decent question too. And I think a lot of people still in the back of their mind, is this really this good with Cleveland? Well, we have both ones pull off 4-game sweeps, right? And Boston's going to want to wrap things up tonight. They don't want to add to that injury report. And that's a monster number. I believe it's 11.5. But yeah, Cleveland's playing better than them right now. They are. Doesn't mean that's what the result is going to be in the end when we get them meeting in the Eastern Conference Finals, which is what everyone is expecting. To the hockey, which one do you want to start with?
Yeah. Got to win Game 6, Colorado. Got to do it. You know, I was watching on the plane last night, and somehow my feed was 10 minutes slower than the real feed.
10 minutes? That's forever.
I was not pleased. It is what it is. Luckily, I wasn't live betting at a bad number, which would have been a disaster. So Dallas scores in the first 9 seconds. Take the face-off, go down, score. I'm like, that's not good. And then at the end of the first period, a fluky goal makes it 2-0. So I tell myself, as long as the Avs get the next goal. Nope, Dallas comes out and gets that one too. So it's 3-0. And then they just teased me because the Avs get 2 to make it 3-2. And I'm thinking, all right, I'll land this plane myself. No. And Dallas gets 2 more. And it's 5-2, and that's it. So this is it, man. Avs have to protect home ice, win Game 6, and then win Game 7 for me to keep that future alive. I was nervous. You could tell it yesterday. I thought it would be more competitive. It was not. That was the first game that Dallas dominated from start to finish, and now I need 2. Utah, give me 2. I need 2 wins.
So we had that conversation. Every time Colorado falls back, it goes to 11-1. And then, okay, what if it happens again? Life on the line. Yes, BetMGM goes to 11-1. Most books go to 11-1. There are also 14s out there with the Avs. But, yeah, just about tonight, rather Game 6. Don't worry about Game 7 at this point. And Florida goes up 3-1. My God, a flurry of goals in just a couple of minutes. In that one, you had 2 that happened 11 seconds apart. Florida wins 4-2, and now Tampa Bay is on life support.
you would have thought Tampa was going to have every chance to make that an even series. And then Florida gets a goal about 4 minutes to go, tie things up. And then former Blackhawk Seth Jones scores 11 seconds later, as you said. They ripped out Tampa's soul. That's it. Tampa's done. You can't lose like that. Have a lead, 2-1, and then bang, bang, bang with the empty netter. That's it. That was their soul leaving their body.
So I shouldn't bet him 65-1 to win the cup because everybody had him.
Everybody's team.
I know. We've got a bunch of NFL markets that we need to catch up on. They are not wasting any time. Makes sense. We'll do that on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGMNetwork.com, the BetMGM Network YouTube and Twitch pages, and the first hour each and every show. We are live on Stadium via BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Joe O, Sammy P. Sammy P back at home. How's the late flight? You always say early flight or late flight, nowhere in between. It's got to be one or the other. You went with the late flight. You were 10 minutes behind with the streaming issues. Always streaming issues, right? But no crying babies this time around?
No babies. No babies, which I think is a lesson to be learned. Fly home Monday when everybody flies out usually. I think a lot of trips for the babies start early in the week. So me retreating back to Boston, I think I figured it out. I think I have a system now. Fly back Monday night. The plane next to me, too, was Delta 670. You know those numbers.
Get out of here.
Flight
Really?
670. I don't know where it was going, but I did laugh. Flight was fun. You get through that airport. You get through that airport. That's what I heard. Yeah. I'm surprised we didn't start with one of the stories from yesterday.
Stop.
I'm stopped. Trust me. I am pulled over. I am parked. The brake is down. No comments.
I did it. Sorry. My bad.
Flight was fine. It's like a 3-hour, 20-minute deal. So I leave my parents in Naples and fly back to Boston, in and out, and then I only live 12 minutes from the airport, so it's simple. Wow. No complaints. I'm telling you, man, the only way to fly is either the first one out or the last one out. Anything in the middle, you're up for delays. You know, if it's a noon flight that didn't get in early, didn't get in on time, then you're flying at 1 or 2. The first flight rarely gets delayed, and the last flight almost never gets delayed.
How did you realize you were 10 minutes behind? Like, streaming is an issue. I know people a lot of times trying to watch sports catch up, and then the live betting's a mess. Live betting's a mess regardless because it feels like most people are streaming, whether it's YouTube TV, whatever they use. Fubo, it doesn't matter. You're way behind, and you should only be doing live betting during commercial breaks. But how did you realize you were a full 10 minutes back?
Mostly because one of my threads is an Avs thread, and I was getting updates. Damn it, 2-0. And I'm at 1-0 commercial break. So it's fine. What was weird is that the NBA feed on the plane was fine. It was about as close to real time as it gets. The hockey feed was delayed by 10 minutes. So if you were live betting the hockey, you were in trouble. You were also, I want to bring this up as well. I got a bunch of texts last night, and you have to be careful with this, especially in an elimination game in the NBA when the white flag tends to come out. Yep. I had a buddy who was betting Miami down the rabbit hole, and it wasn't big positions, but he was taking 17.5, 23.5, 28.5. Should I take 33.5? No.
Why?
You should take none of these because there's nothing the Heat have shown you that says they're going to fight all the way to the end. And the books will get you on this because you'll look at a pregame number of 8.5, 9 and go, wow, that's a big number. 33.5 is a big number. Look at the final score. Be careful in these playoffs, especially when you're facing a juggernaut and you've got the dead team down 3-0, nothing to play for. Don't chase that team down the live hole. It's a problem for a lot of people.
Sometimes you just have to take the L and move on. You don't need to keep chasing it. You don't need to break even on that game. All right, called that one poorly. Not for me. There's a lot of other games left. You in that situation, you had another game that night. A lot of playoff games to go. Just move on. Don't keep chasing that Heat thing. That lead got to 60. 60, man. What was the highest live number that you heard about? That he was 33?
Well, at the end, it had to be. At the end, it had to be close to 35-40. I mean, I don't even remember the final score. It was so bad. Let's see. Final score 138-83. So that's what, 55? team loses by 55 in a playoff game. I mean, that live number in the fourth quarter had to be floating around 50. Had to have been.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll get to these NFL markets, but I find this kind of interesting because there are people in your example that chase, but there's the other side too. And is this going to come into play with any of these other series? I would say probably not. Certainly not to this extreme because this is a special case and it was a sweep. But if you see a team has quit, okay, you've lost the number. We're past the number. I mentioned 43-14 early. But is it worth it to lay it? I know that's counterintuitive to what we talk about. We're always looking for value. But if you have a team that has quit on the other side, maybe it is worth it to lay these monster numbers in special cases.
Let me admit, I've laid 29.5 live before. I've laid 33.5 live before. And my only advice would be when it looks wrong, when it looks like a typo, when a team is up 30 and the live number is 34 and it just doesn't look right and you're looking at it like, what the? Take the unconventional side. That's my advice. Go the way that looks wrong. That might not sound like it's logical handicapping, but when a team is up 30 and the live number is 34, the book is telling you this team is going to get blown out. Obviously, if they're down 30, they're going to get blown out anyway. But there's a reason that live number is 33-34 and not 26-27. They're telling you, right? They're literally telling you at that number, at that point in the live process, they're telling you it's going to get worse. But people will look at, well, they're only down 30. I'll take 34. And then they pull the starters. And then it's a really good team's bench against a bad team's bench for 8 minutes. And then it gets even more hairy. So when it looks wrong, bet with the way that looks worse, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and we might not have another situation like that. I guess it's possible with Milwaukee. Dame Lillard, are they going to have some quit on the road tonight? Their season's a wrap, possibly. But maybe just something to keep in the back of your mind moving forward. All right, we've got some NFL markets I want to get to. And I think this one is more so for a conversation. A lot of people are going over it. They're not taking big bets, but just for conversation, the way it's priced. Curious what your reaction. The Browns quarterback room. How are they going to handle this? Who's going to be out, right? You're going to have to remove probably a couple names. One's going to be out for sure. And there was a book that posted, okay, which quarterback is going to take the first snap for the Browns in this regular season, this upcoming year? Watson's the long shot. That makes sense. I think everyone's reaction after the weekend is, oh, man, that dude is definitely gone. You've got 5 quarterbacks in the room, and they make him the long shot at 20-1. Okay, that makes sense. Pickett's the favorite. I'm a little surprised by that. Maybe it's because I've got a down opinion on Pickett, but I see Pickett at almost even money, plus 110. Flacco, 2-1. Sanders, 3-1. And then Gabriel, 10-1 to take the first snap for the Browns. What do you think of the way this order was made out with Pickett the favorite, Flacco the second favorite? I know the odds are stupid, but yeah.
Well, I hadn't really thought about it. I would guess that Flacco would have every opportunity to be the starter, right, and he's not favored. That's interesting.
No. Yeah.
I can't imagine the plan there is to start Kenny Pickett. Whose plan is that?
Right.
I'm not trying to be a jerk. I just don't think that's your plan. You don't come into a season with this grand schematic that Kenny Pickett, little hands Kenny Pickett is your starting quarterback. That can't be a thing. So if he's the favorite, I think that price is wrong. Flacco is, what'd you say, 5-1?
No, 2.
Oh, 2.
It's not
okay, so
a huge difference.
Not a big number.
Yeah.
So they're basically saying it's either Pickett or Flacco, which I would agree with. It's not going to be Gabriel and it's not going to be Shador. And I would be stunned if it's Watson.
Oh, that would be insane.
LOL, JK. Our starting quarterback is from Clemson.
If there's one organization, get Joe Thomas on the line. If there's one organization that would do it, it would be this organization, though. But yes, he's the long shot. Pick at the fair. I think he blows, though. Like, why are we wasting time with Kenny Pickett? You know what he is. He has no ceiling, not much of a floor. Like, okay, he's a bust out in this league. Just go with Flacco. He helps bring along the young quarterbacks, and it's not going to be one of the rookies to start. But it is the Browns. It would be insane if it was Sanders, but I would love it. I would love it just for the content, just with the popcorn to sit back and watch. So that market is out there, and we've got over-unders on a number of these rookies. But here's another one. You know the favorite for the number one pick next year. We all know the favorite. And it's just a matter of what is that number going to be. And I started to look around at just different sports books. I'm like, okay, everybody's going to have Arch Manning, the obvious favorite for the number one pick next year. But there is no agreement on after Arch. And maybe it doesn't even matter. Maybe he's going to be a runaway number one pick here. But I thought that was kind of interesting that the order and the odds are wildly different as you look from sportsbook to sportsbook. Sam, some places say, Drew Aller. He's the second guy. He should be listed second. Some say Nussmeier. He's the second favorite to be the number one pick. Both in the mix at a lot of places. Klubnik is like the fourth or fifth name mentioned, which I'm like, okay, I wouldn't really be interested in that. Not with the number one overall pick, but Arch is a guy, and he's 2-1 at this point, and I'm expecting as the college football season marches on that number is going to get shorter and shorter and shorter until he's odds on.
You know who got blasted in that market? Because, as you pointed out, there's a lot of guessing there. Mm-hmm. Lenora Sellers, I saw 20-1. He's the quarterback for South Carolina. He's only 19, but he's a monster. 6'3", 240, can do pretty much everything, a dual threat. So his price, I saw a 20-1 on Sellers. And now as I look at a couple different books, I see 9-1, and then there's a book that has him 5-1.
5.
Surprisingly, one of the major books in this country doesn't have Arch in the number one market at all, which is really interesting. The only reason for that is I think there's a lot of people that don't believe he's going to come out. Because if he comes out, he's number one. That much I think is obvious. But he doesn't have to come out. This would be his first full season starting. And if they go 11-1 and lose in the semifinal, why wouldn't he maybe come back for a chance to win a national championship? There's no rush. There's no pressure. I also look at Peyton and Eli. They didn't come out early. They like the college experience. Now, because they did it doesn't mean that he's going to do it. And he can make – how many millions of dollars can Arch Manning make at Texas if he comes back? Now, if he wins the Heisman, they win the national championship, he's probably gone. If he's in the mix to actually go, 2-1 is a terrible price. If we saw Caleb Williams, Cam Ward, Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence all minus 10,000, what is the price on Arch if he actually declares for the draft? It's not 2-1. He's going first. But the only hesitation is that he doesn't have to come out. He is nowhere near a senior. He's going to be a redshirt sophomore. But I see one book dealing him 2-1. If he's actually in the draft, forget it. But people don't want to bet 2-1 and hold that for, 12 months because the draft is still almost a year away. So there's no rush to bet him 2-1. There's no point.
Yeah, that those guys that had a very positive experience, and I think it helped them in the pros, they're going to have a say, and they're going to talk about why you should probably stay. He's not sliding anywhere, but all of this is on the heels of what we watched over the weekend, and we saw a lot of people make the point, and I think it's a fair one. Shedeur had no idea this was coming. If he stays in college, he makes at least $5 million next year. And now he's going to be doing what? I mean, he'll have ads, promotions, sponsors, commercials, and all that. He'll make his money, but he could have done college another year, dominated, and maybe, probably been a first rounder, maybe, and made another $5 million. But too late for that. So yeah, that's certainly a good point. That's the only question. If he comes out, he's going to be the one. Is he coming out? All right. We've got markets on Cam Ward, Genty, a ton on Travis Hunter already worth discussing. We'll do that on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, NBA top of the hour with Noops. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
this is now a 3rd and 25 for Altmaier and company. Altmaier on the run. Carter gets to him again. Ball comes loose. Scooped up, and the Nittany Lions say good night.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We have props, some offensive rookie props for the upcoming season. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network. Alex Christensen, Noops will be dropping by in 20 minutes to talk about the NBA. BetMGMNetwork.com. Sam on X at SB Shoot. I'm there at Joe Ostrowski. Let's go running back first, because that was the big name. Is he going to go 5? Is he going to go 6? Would he fall to 10? We know what happens. So the Raiders do not pass on Ashton Jeanty, and that was obvious early. At least that was expected early. Then it was going to be Jacksonville, but circles back to Jeanty here. They had no run game to speak of, and with the league kind of leaning back in that direction, it made perfect sense to me that they need some stability there. Sam, I was looking at the lead. I knew it was bad. I didn't realize it was this bad. The leading rushers for the Raiders last year. Like, just throw me a number. How many rushing yards do you think the Raiders' leading rusher had last season?
Jeez.
It's bad.
Who was their leading guy? Was it the running back from Georgia?
It was. It ended up being Madison.
Oh, Madison.
There was a time
Zamir White.
Abdullah.
Zamir White was the guy for a while.
There was a time for him. There was a time. Yeah, he didn't really get yards, but there was a time for him. But what?
Okay.
So yeah, they changed it up a bunch.
Without looking, without cheating,
Yeah.
as much as I would love to cheat, I can't, because you would hear this.
Yes.
I mean, it can't be anywhere near 1,000, so I'm going to guess
No,
600.
not even close. 420.
Good number.
Smoke some. Yeah, I was like, 420? The leading rusher had 420 yards. I knew it was bad. They had the worst run game in the NFL, but 420. So, Ashton Jeanty, best running back, right, out of this class. People loved him. There was the idea that a lot of teams were going to move up for him. 1,050 in the hook. They put it at 1,050 for him. That quarterback room also has Mostert now and McCormick. So I don't know how much Mostert's going to get. Maybe he's going to be the goal line guy, because that's been his job in other stops lately, but he is also getting older. But Jeanty, 1,050. They've had no run game to speak of. I'm not saying it's a great offensive line. They do upgrade the quarterback position. They're slowly getting better. Not good enough to compete in that division for my money. When you look around and what the Chargers are building, of course you have the Chiefs. I mean, and then of course Denver. Oh wait, they found their franchise quarterback last year. That's a surprise. Raiders still a distant 4th in the division. But what is your reaction to the Jeanty number of 1,050?
You had to make it over 1,000, because you know full well that people are going to bet his over no matter what. So why open it anywhere in the 900s when you could probably start at 1,000 and go from there? Now, this book goes a little bit higher. I don't love their line. Aside from Colton Miller, it's a bunch of bleh to me. And they've tried to draft, later, like third round, with a couple of guys. I don't love it. That's the problem when you take Jeanty. He better have protection, and he better get blocking, or it doesn't matter. That's why I'm perplexed. I mean, I understand them taking Jeanty and then hopefully putting a line around him in the next 12 to 24 months. But I also worry that this team is going to be behind all the time. I mean, think about the division. You got to face Mahomes twice, Herbert twice, an upstart Denver team twice with Nix, who played pretty solid in his first year. Denver's got a good defense. I think this is going to be a team that plays from behind a lot. So when I think about how the Raiders are built and how the Raiders are going to play this season out, it feels like they're down 7-10 points a lot. Now, you can still run the ball when you're down, but it feels like, at least from where I sit right now at the end of April, I would be more likely to bet a Geno Smith passing yardage over than bet on Ashton Genty's rushing yards over.
I don't love it. If you're asking me to make a bet, I would go over. If we look at last year, there were 12 running backs that hit this mark of over 1050. And if you look at the last couple, like, oh, they did? Really? Rico Dowdle? Tony Pollard went over 1050? Yeah, they did. And you're always risking injury with the running back position, but he's going to be their bell cow. Why are they're going to sit around and waste time? They're not going to use Genty on his rookie contract. With running backs, there is a limited amount of time. So I don't expect them to kind of work Genty in. I expect him to be the bell cow from the very start. So that's the number on Genty. We don't love it, but I would go over. Sam would look to the quarterback position, which makes a lot of sense due to game script. Receivers, there's a couple guys worth mentioning, but Cam Ward. Let's go to Cam Ward. 3,200 passing yards, 18.5 on passing touchdowns. His weapons, Ridley, the one. Then after that, it's like, ooh, okay, you've got Lockett in the slot, Van Jefferson. He's opposite Ridley. That's not great. They've been trying to upgrade the offensive line over the last couple of years. We'll see if they start to develop that. The coaches there are known for developing offensive lines. And if you look around, let's say around this number, Jaden Daniels was 3,500. Caleb Williams, 3,500. Not too far ahead, and they played in every game. Cousins, 3,500. Love, 3,300. So there were 19 quarterbacks that cleared this mark of 3,200. I do not love it at all. I don't think Ward is even close to as talented as Daniels and Caleb. And they were kind of in this range last year, and they played every single game. So if he misses a couple of games with those weapons, I don't expect him to get to 3,200. I would go under or nothing here.
This might be a dumb question. I'm not close to Tennessee. I don't know anybody with the Titans. Are we sure he's starting week 1?
I'm not. That's the other thing.
I just don't know that. I mean, I think fundamentally you'd like to have him out there and start the process ASAP. Let me be very clear. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve to start. That's not what I'm saying. I don't give a rat's ass if he starts or not. Do not care. If he doesn't, though, he's not getting there. Nope. If he doesn't play until week 3 or 4, I don't think he's going to get there. So that's my question, and we have a lot of time to figure this out and uncover the plan in Nashville. If he doesn't start out of the chute and they do a Drake May plan or they do a Mitch Trubisky plan or whatever, it's going to be more and more difficult for him to get over that number just because of the lack of reps. That's all I'm saying.
It's a fair point, and Will Levis is still there. So you can kind of do that if that's what they want. They haven't put it out there yet, as far as I know. Maybe for a month until Levis looks bad. Okay, now it's time to pull the plug. But if that's the situation, to your point, I was going to actually bring up May. May played in 13 games last year. I would think most people would say he had a really good year. They have their franchise quarterback. May had 2,200 passing yards. Not even close to the number.
Can't get there. If you don't play enough games, and then that first game or two is like a preseason game because you're trying to hone in on what it's like to take these regular season game snaps. That first start, if it's week 4 or week 5, feels like a preseason game because there's just so much rust and you don't know the rhythm and you don't know the audibles and things are getting loud on the road, and it takes time for a young quarterback to process that. So that's a big question for me on Ward. Does he start out of the gate? I don't know. Let me bring you to a receiver. Teteroa McMillan. Okay, this number is 800.5 on receiving yards. And I think another book has 800 plus at minus 110. So let's just call it 800. Will he get there? Let me give you a couple of receivers that were also very talented in their rookie seasons. Jamar Chase had 1,455 yards. Malik Neighbors had 1,204 yards. Top 10 receiver. Justin Jefferson did not go top 10, maybe should have, 1,400 yards in his first year. And then Chris Olave, first year in New Orleans, top 10 pick, 1,000, 1,042, 1,000 yards. Okay? Having said all that, there's nobody in that room better than McMillan. And Bryce Young has been waiting for a weapon like this. Do you see that number, 800.5, going down at all on Tet McMillan in Carolina?
Oh, no. We'll get some love in the training camps, and then that number will only head north. I don't. And
I don't
they
know
do have
how
other
you could
options.
bet.
Well,
I
they
could
do
bet
have other
under
options, so it's
800
not
and a
going to
half,
be.
though.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
I remember last
couldn't
year,
do that.
I was betting a Dunze, and Mitch Rosen would text me every week, what's the count? What's the count? I remember betting a Dunze over 650.
Mhm.
And then we got through training camp and Hard Knocks, and that number was 725. It moved 75 yards from post to summer. I feel like that number on McMillan is only going one way. So if you're going to bet McMillan, I know that it's late April heading into May. 800.5 is only going to go up. And I think he's a 1,000-yard receiver, assuming he stays healthy.
That's a good look. Travis Hunter is fascinating. The books are already having fun with him. I see offensive rookie of the year or defensive rookie of the year. I see both at 50-1. Like, that's ever going to happen. It'd be hilarious. 1,000+ receiving yards. There are props like 75 receptions and at least 2 interceptions. Will he have 5 offensive touchdowns, at least 1 defensive touchdown? In his debut, will he have an offensive touchdown and an interception at like 16-1? We're going to see so many markets on Hunter.
Both, huh? I don't think he
Yeah,
gets enough
yeah,
snaps to win both.
They're saying they're starting offense with him. But I don't
Okay.
know. There's a lot of time. But they're starting with the offensive playbook with Travis Hunter down in Jacksonville. Joe, Sammy P. All right, on the other side, we'll talk some NBA playoffs with Noops on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
It's Heald with a three. Drills it. Brooks to inbound. And now Şengün. Defended by Green. For the lead. No. Ripping it off. Rebound inside. Whistle blown. Foul. Rockets.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
A sweep gets completed last night. Warriors go up 3-1, and then we've got 4 games tonight. Joe O, Sammy P, BetMGM Network, the show Bet Sweats, and we welcome in Alex Christensen. Noops onto the show at _Noops. You can check out his work, FTN Fantasy and BetUS. And Noops, actually going to start with the first game, the blowout, because we were just talking about whether or not there's live betting opportunities there. Sam was getting messages from a buddy that it's like, should I take it? Should I take 33? Should I take 35? Should I keep on going? And then we ended up in a conversation about the other side. Are there certain opportunities once in a while? Going into it was, will Miami fight? Will they show quit or what? Memphis fought in their last game before getting swept. And we got none of that from Miami last night. Did you ever watch a game and you're looking like, oh man, they already did 1-2-3 Cancun. They can't wait. They can't wait to get out of there. And that's what it looked like last night. And you would lay whatever number. Do you ever get into that?
It's a really tough situation. The joke I was making is, you're in Miami, 1-2-3 Cancun, 1-2-3. Let's just stay where we are. Who knows if vacation started a day early, but the Heat had absolutely quit. You could tell that pretty early on. And it's a tough spot because once you see one team quit, you want to bet the other. But Cleveland knows they've got this series they're going to win. So do we keep everybody in? Do they keep pushing? I think a lot of your best opportunities here from a live betting perspective, go a little further down the board. Start to look at some player props. I think Ty Jerome points over live, stuff like that were probably some of the better angles that you could have. I think just it's easier to tell which players are going to end up getting more or less usage, and I'd rather try to think about that as opposed to trying to figure out collectively as a team, all right, Miami just got smoked in the first half. They're going to come out here and give it their all because they really care about losing this game by only 20 points or something. It's hard to wrap your head around that sort of stuff. So I think there's definitely some value to be had from a live perspective. I think looking at totals last night, the over probably had some good numbers to it, but go a little further down the board. Try to figure out who's going to take advantage of the extra usage as these games run on.
I think we've buried the lead, unfortunately. For those watching on YouTube and Twitch, that is a full-fledged playoff beard Noops is rocking right now. You look like Henrik Zetterberg, buddy. You look like you played for the Red Wings in the late 2000s.
It sounds like a hockey player. I was wondering, who is Henrik Zetterberg? I'm pretty sure Sam's not into, weird European tennis players. It's got to be a hockey guy. And, it's playoff time. I mean, honestly, guys, I've had a beard for, I think I'm running on 15 years at this point. Shaving's for morons.
Got up shave this morning. My one time this week. So I should be good. I should be good for the rest of the I thought you were going to talk about the hat when you said we're bearing the lead. What logo is that?
What logo is that? It's the most famous mascot in all.
I can't see
it. Fanatic.
It's the only person who can dump popcorn on strangers. It's the Philly Fanatic. Come on.
Overrated.
Benny the Bull
Overrated mascot.
does that too. All right, let me get us back on track.
Benny the Bull couldn't hold the Philly Fanatic's hat.
Benny the Bull would beat the snot out of the Philly Fanatic for the record.
The Philly Fanatic is one of the most recognized symbols in the world, let alone for mascots. It's the Fanatic.
Not to me.
No, not to me either. Okay.
That makes me feel better, actually.
Focus. No more hockey names, no more hockey references. I was laughing earlier because we saw the graphic last night. TNT flashes it up. They're talking to Jimmy Butler. He's woo and the other team and all that. And TNT throws up the graphic. When you take a 3-1 lead in a best of 7, you win 95% of the time. Yet, when you look at the math to win the series, the Rockets are 6 or 7-1. I mean, the true price here, Noops, on a team like Houston to come back and win 3 straight should probably be around 20-1. Yet they offer it at 6-1 or 650 or 7-1. You don't get a fair shake on these teams to do something that almost never happens.
Yeah, it's really tough. Again, I think from a pricing perspective, it's kind of hard for books here because it's a game where, yet a series, yes, where it's 3-1, but all these lines have been very tight. You're looking at 2, 3, maybe 4 point games, depending on kind of when you got it there. Now, I think we're done here. It's just so hard for the Houston Rockets to score the ball consistently. I mean, 57 points in the first half, probably the two best quarters they've played in the whole series, but then they come back in the second half. It's only 49 points in the second half. It's just, there is no one on this Houston Rockets team that can really create their own shot. I mean, the best offense Houston has had all series is to miss and hope Steven Adams gets the rebound, and now you get a chance to put it back in. So it's a really tough spot here. Unfortunately for the Houston Rockets, Glenn Rivers is not on the other side there. It's Steve Kerr. It's a real team that knows how to close these series out. So we're done here. The Warriors are going to win this series. It's just a matter of time.
What about Bucks Pacers? What are you expecting to see out of the Bucks? What kind of effort are we going to get after the awful news with Lillard? And people have already moved on to the conversation of Giannis's future. Only under contract there 2 more years, and there's doesn't seem to be much hope. They have no draft picks over the next few years coming up. So the line's 7.5 at Indiana. What do we do?
It's a really tough spot, and it's just so depressing. You have a Milwaukee Bucks team that a couple of years ago was very interesting with Holiday, with Chris Middleton, with Giannis, Bobby Portis. Again, they kind of had this full team of guys that were really exciting, and to watch them slowly sort of tear it apart. And just like you said, Joe, no options here. The Bucks basically don't control their own draft pick. I think until 2029. It's going to be a long time before Milwaukee can sort of shake all this stuff off. And kind of as we talked about at the beginning of the show, talking about the Miami Heat, I really wonder what kind of effort we're going to get from Milwaukee here. This could be a spot where the Pacers come out, go up by 20 at the end of the first quarter, and just never look back. So it's a game that I will be betting live. I think the Bucks are done. I just don't think we're going to see a lot from them in terms of being able to sort of drag themselves through again. It's 3-1. They have Glenn Rivers. He's not on the other side again with the opportunity to blow the 3-1 there. So I've been trying to find a little more interesting ways to go after this. I think that we can definitely count on a couple things. One of them being Giannis Antetokounmpo giving it his best effort. I don't think that he cares. I think we're going to get to see him do pretty much whatever he can to try to keep this team and continue to have them relevant here. But I do think that we are looking at, again, a pretty comfortable Bucks win. However, what I'm starting to do is, how do I take that angle? I think Giannis is going to play well. I think the Pacers are going to win. This is a great opportunity for some of these build your own parlay, same game parlay machines. And our friend at MGM, often kind of an interesting reverse correlation angle here where I take the Pacers money line, put it with Giannis 10 plus rebounds, Giannis with 10 plus assists, basically the triple double, if you will. You can add the 10 plus points in there. It doesn't really make that big of a difference. I'm looking at 8-1. I'm trying to find creative kind of ways like that where again, I'm looking at Giannis. I expect him to come out, play really well. Maybe I'll look at some of his first quarter, first half props, things like that. But the Pacers probably win this game. And I think it's, again, like we talked about early, if you turn this game on and after a few minutes, it looks like the Bucks are just done, start hitting live bets for the Pacers, lay some alt numbers and stuff. This could be another ugly game like we saw last night.
We saw Cleveland go to town on Miami. So the easy follow-up today would be, does Boston do it? I don't know. I don't feel one way or another on the side, but we have seen Pinnacle come from 12 to 11. So some early money on Orlando. Totals come down as well. Is there a side, a total, or a prop that you like in Orlando-Boston?
Yeah, it's a really tough game, Sam. And like you said, the market's sort of pushing this the way I expected him to. This does feel like an under game. This does feel like a Celtics win, but 11 points is quite a bit. I keep sort of, again, looking a little bit further down the board here. I'm looking at a Magic team total. I think that this Magic team, again, kind of similar to what we talked about the Rockets Warriors. There's just, outside of Paolo Banchero, there just really isn't any place for this Magic team to go to get offense. And Banchero is going up against a team that does match up very well against them. I've still been really impressed with him. I'm excited to see what Banchero can do if the Magic can use this offseason to get him some help on the wing, to get him, a more reliable point guard than Jalen Suggs, somebody that can really just kind of help keep this ball moving. But I take a look, the Magic team total over. I'm looking from our friends over here at BetMGM. It's 92.5. Now, I know that's a really, really low number, but that's kind of the angle I'm taking here. I think that Boston at home, we're going to see the defense really step up. After losing a game in Orlando here, I think the Magic, again, have really sort of given everything they can at this point. Boston knows the value of getting ahead in this series, closing it out, and making sure they have a couple days rest before having to play the Knicks. So I think we're going to see a great defensive effort from the Boston Celtics. I would look at a Magic team total over, and team total under. And I know that 92.5 is really low, but I'm not sure it's low enough. And another thing I like from our friends at BetMGM, just go down to 90.5. Basically bet that the Magic are going to score 90 or less points. That's plus 120. I like all that.
Joe Osami P, we got Alex Christensen here. Noops on X_Noops. Pistons Knicks. I hate the ref talk. We all hate it. Like, it's just a lot of waste of time. And, it was brought up last night. Jimmy Butler didn't look like he was fouled with a minute left. Whatever. Can't deny the Pistons weren't screwed. And the crew chief came out afterwards and said, yeah, they got robbed. They got jobbed there.
Oops.
Pistons now go to New York. It is 5.5. Two really close games. One possession games in Detroit. Knicks out to a 3-1 lead. What do you think? Are we going to see some fight from Detroit?
I think we are. And as far as the end of that game goes, yes. In the microcosm of that one specific play, that's a foul. In the larger context of that entire game, I understand the no call there. And I think if you're the Pistons, yes, you probably deserve to maybe get a foul call at some point there. But your best player got the shot he wanted and he missed. And frankly, why couldn't you slow down this Knicks team? To have a 7-8 point lead with a couple minutes left in the game, to not be able to slow Jalen Brunson down is really just a disappointment. But the Pistons have won in New York. They've won in this series already. They won in New York twice. I don't think that we're going to see this team give up. In a way, they're just kind of young and dumb and don't know any better. So I think they're going to continue to push here. I do think the Pistons have a chance to win this game here. I'm not sure I'm going to bet on it. That's kind of where the rubber meets the road. I'm looking at Knicks minus 5.5. I probably will end up talking to myself for Pistons plus 5.5. I'm just not quite there yet.
And then, of course, the late game tonight, 10 o'clock tip on the East Coast, maybe the only series that goes 7 games. Clippers and Nuggets. Denver opens -1. Clippers get the money, though, out to -1.5, -2. Not really a surprise there. I think the Clippers ceiling is a little bit higher, but man, the Jokic, the Joker, he's going to be tough to kill in this series. What do you make of this one so far through 4 games? 2-2 each way.
I think if you're the Clippers, you have to be really nervous based on the way that last game went. I mean, you come in, obviously not the biggest favorites in the world, but 6.5 basically was the closing number in that game, depending on kind of where you look or when you decided to go ahead and grab that. And to really never be in control of that game, to really never have the opportunity to kind of win is got to be scary for them. I'm also kind of curious. So the adjustment, right? We closed the last game 5.5, 6.5. Now the Clippers are -1.5, and we've changed venues. It's such a small adjustment. So it's a really tough game for me. I actually played the Clippers -6.5 in Los Angeles, so maybe I don't know what the heck I'm talking about, but I'll probably lay the points at the Clippers again. I just think they're the better team. I think that the Nuggets are really just running on fumes at this point, and maybe that's all you need. Maybe all you need is Jokic, who can get it together and make the 1 or 2 plays that really matter at the end of games, and that's really what this is all about. But I continue to think the Clippers are the better team, the better coach team, and I think they win tonight.
So if that happens, you think they go back home and wrap things up, or the Nuggets push back again? Every time in my mind, I kind of count out Denver, they give a counterpunch. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel the same way, Joe, where, again, I expected the Clippers to win pretty comfortably the other night. Jokic basically ruined all that. I expect the Clippers to win tonight. Who knows what Jokic could do there, but I do think that we're looking at a spot here where the Clippers close it out in front of that raucous home crowd in front of Intuit Dome. But like you said, Jokic is the best player in the world, and it's always tough to knock out the best guy.
So has anything changed? Anything changed based on what you've seen? Looks like we got a couple that went 4, many that are probably going to go 5, or is it just this is what you get in the NBA playoffs, kind of waiting through the first round for the first couple of weeks, and now it really gets started?
I am surprised that we've seen so many series kind of snap to 3-1. A lot of that comes down to kind of the rhythm of it. I mean, in a lot of ways, you look at this Pistons-Knicks series, more often than not, we're probably looking at 2-2 there. But the other series we knew. We knew that they were brutal mismatches. We knew that Cleveland was going to absolutely crush Miami. We knew that Oklahoma City was going to crush Memphis, and that Boston was going to absolutely crush Orlando. So I don't know how many surprises we have had. I think kind of the bummers being that the Milwaukee Bucks really not able to have Dame and not really have the team that they've had. Not that the Bucks have been great this season, but I thought maybe this series would be a little bit more competitive. Again, the Pistons sort of get jobbed a little bit at home there, but I do continue to think the same stuff that I've been saying pretty much all season. Oklahoma City's going to win the West. I think Cleveland's going to win the East. Maybe it'll be Boston, but it really is just those three teams. No one really in the last couple of weeks has shown me that they are capable of beating those three teams. Coming to the playoffs, I thought maybe the Clippers might be that team. Maybe Minnesota might be that team, but I think given the position that both of those squads are in, it's going to be really tough. And again, it's Oklahoma City versus the winner of the Celtics and Cavaliers, which will be your Eastern Conference Finals. I think we're looking at a Thunder championship. This really is all sort of building towards what they want to do. They can come in off a week's rest with that young team. That's just an absolute nightmare. I think they're looking at another 4-0, maybe even 4-1 kind of thing in the second round there. Oklahoma City's in great shape.
Alex Christensen, FTN Fantasy Bet US. Best of luck with all your wagers tonight. Always appreciate it. We'll hit on tonight's 4 games on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Zubac is on him. And this is for the win. Oh, it's close. They're going to call it. Buzzer. Did Gordon beat the buzzer? They're going to take a look at it. But the official, Sean Wright, signaled it was good.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Appreciate you hanging out with us, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern Time. Maybe you check back later, rewind feature on the Odyssey app, or you listen via podcast to the segments that you're interested in, maybe on the drive home. We appreciate that. Subscribe to Bet Sweats with the podcatcher of your choice. Joe O, Sammy P with you. And we're talking during the break. This Belichick stuff is getting weirder and weirder. We're going to make sure that we carve out some time to get to the latest, at least the latest rumors involving that and that very strange CBS this morning. Yeah, people are still talking about it on Tuesday now. But we got 4 playoff games in the NBA to go over. 4 games. Where do you want to start, man? Which game has your interest? We've got 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, and then the nightcap 2-2 with Clips Nugs.
I would love to lay Boston just to win. And then I looked
Just
at the
to
price.
Mm-hmm.
Minus 700.
Can you pair it?
I don't want to lay that. It should probably be more. They're probably not going to lose this game. I think Noops has a pretty decent look, though, on the under. And there's a nice range in the market. So Pinnacle has 198.5. BetMGM has 197.5. There's another book at 196.5. So it's all over the map. People are taking stances, not only the bettors at these specific shops, but the books are taking a stance as well. You can go over 196.5 and under 198.5. I'm not saying you should shoot that middle, but if you like the over, there are very good numbers relative to where the market could be on the high side. So understand that you have to get the best number no matter what you do. I'm trying not to get too wrapped up in what happened yesterday with Cleveland, but we know that Boston has the ability to blow this team out. The big move, though, Joe, is on the under. Open sub 200, which you brought up last week, hasn't really happened a whole lot in the NBA playoffs. To open lower than 200 and then continue to dip is pretty telling. You know, the Golden State-Houston game opened 202, got bet up to 203. To open low and go even lower is pretty telling. Is it not?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. 90s basketball at its finest. So if you put Celtics Pacers to win, you're still laying over $2. Now, if we add Braves facing the Rockies, now it feels bettable at plus 120. That too many legs for you?
Not necessarily.
You're smirking like, wait, wheels are turning.
Well, I'm laughing because the Braves, you said Braves, and the Braves are minus 200 today without a listed starting pitcher.
Correct. The sub 500 Atlanta Braves.
They don't even know who's starting. They don't even know who's taking the ball. Well, they're at Colorado. Let's just make them minus $2.
Yep. We'll get to that coming up in a few minutes on today's MLB card. Yeah, you're right. Celtics are going to win. First off, okay, you don't have to win when you're up 3-1. They really, really want to win. This injury report's a mess. You see Cleveland, that's the team that they're going to be fighting this East for. And they're already done. They're going to have some time to chill out here. You've got Jaylen Brown listed as questionable. Now, he was listed questionable the last couple games, but he still gets cleared. Drew Holiday is already out. Yeah, of course they'd want him, but the Celtics are going to be just fine, or they should be. Tatum picked up all of the slack, had an unbelievable game, and he wasn't even making a ton of threes last game. This 11 and a half's a lot. So, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Celtics, they're going to win. How do we bet it? Trying to come up with ways to attack it. That's a bit challenging, but can you get there on 11 and a half? Is it just super inflated? Like, what do you think of this number?
I could lay. I would rather lay before take. I think this has all the makings of you get to the third quarter and it's 82-62. And then at that point, you're trending under. Usually these NBA games, especially elimination style, they slow down. Orlando starts to give up. The effort isn't there. And then the Celtics just waste 20 seconds off the clock every possession. That was an old system play. That was an old Bob Voulgaris play. If a team was down 20 at half, he would play the second half under because he felt like there weren't enough possessions to get over. Now, in a tie game or a 5-point game, it's likely going to be close, and you probably get some fouls at the end.
Foul, yeah.
These blowouts, though, oftentimes when the better team is up 20 and the other team is halfway out the door, you don't get that effort in the second half. You don't have the pace. You don't have that desire. Teams give up. It's okay. I mean, Miami gave up last night. Now, the problem was Miami gave up 1 million points. I don't get the sense that Orlando is going to do that. If anything, Orlando's going to struggle to score, not to defend. In my opinion, that's a defensive first team. So I may be talking myself into an under here, and you can play a couple 198 and a halves. There are also, as I said, 197 and a halves and 196 and a halves in the market. So whatever you do, whether it's over or under, just get the best of the number.
I'm going to lay with the Pacers. Second biggest point spread of the night, 7.5. Of course, no Dame Lillard. This awful news that they received after last game. He barely played in game 4. Lillard's out in game 1. They lose by 19. Lillard's out in game 4. They lose by 26 for almost the entire game. The Bucks did show fight, and they win the desperate spot going back home down 0-2. Most people were betting that. That's a classic spot, and that was the one game that they showed up. I don't view this as a spot where Bucks are going to be like, let's win one for Dame. Let's do it. Let's get back in the series. These teams have played so many times over the last couple of years, and Indiana has their number. They knocked them out of the playoffs last year. They're going to knock them out of the playoffs this year. Giannis will probably go nuts with his numbers. He's averaging 34, 14, and 5 in the series. Indiana ends this tonight. This has blowout potential.
I could see Boston and or Indiana winning big. So I'm not going to fight you. I don't really love these teams that are on life support. I mean, that's how it feels with Orlando and Milwaukee. Not to use such a bold analogy, but it's time. Last rites are about to be read. I mean, it's over. Whether it's tonight or the next night or the next game, I guess. I don't see Orlando and Milwaukee just ferociously running back and winning these series. So look, it opened 7 and immediately got hit up. 8 at a lot of shops, 7.5 at MGM. If you're so inclined to lay that number there, much rather lay 7.5 than 8, especially for only 5 extra cents. So think about that. This total's come down 3 points. Noops was talking about Giannis basically hinting at a triple-double. I don't know that I would disagree with that, but I would just look more at his point prop. 32.5. Unless it's a blowout, he's probably going to get there. But you like a blowout, so maybe I shouldn't bet the Giannis prop.
No, go for it. I don't think it's going to impact it in any way. Giannis has been going crazy every game of the series. It doesn't matter what the result is. If Giannis doesn't go insane, it could be like last night with what we saw in the Miami game. So
he's had in this series, he's had 36, 34, 37, 28. So he's been above that and then some 3 of the 4.
Yeah. Yeah. I like the Pacers in that. I don't mind the number. It wouldn't surprise me if this ends up heading north as the day moves on. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Previewing tonight, we've got 4 NBA playoff games. And then you get Pistons Knicks. They couldn't get either one. They lose by 2. They lose by 1, both at home. They're facing elimination. Detroit is. I've been impressed. If you haven't been paying attention this year to the improvement that we've seen out of the Detroit Pistons, I think it's been pretty impressive what they've done against the Knicks. They are unlikely to win the series, but man, are they fighting. Cade Cunningham has been outstanding this series, and we know what happened with the refs. Over the last couple games, it was interesting to see Cat bounce back. Like, he's been dominant, man. 31-8, 27-9, when there were a lot of questions about him after game number 2. So the number's 5.5. The Knicks at home, back in the Garden, they're sizable favorites. The total's kind of all over the place, depending where you're looking. I see it as high as 214, as low as 212.5. I'm with Noops. I do think we get some fight out of Detroit here. With that us against the world mentality, going on the road, they're getting 5.5. I do expect them to keep it close. How about you?
They've been in every game, haven't they?
Yeah.
I mean, that first game you could look at and say, oh, well, they lost by 11. But they were up, and the Knicks went on a 20 run in the fourth quarter. Now, you don't want to take that run out of the equation, but the Pistons were in that game. They win game 2, lose by 2 points in game 3, and 1 point in game 4. The only issue is that there's nothing left, and that has to be entertained. The possibility where they're out of life. They're on spaghetti legs. There's nothing there. They can't find their fastball. If that's the case, they get run out. I'm inclined to look at Detroit to fight one more time. And, I don't think the Knicks lose the game, but I'll say the same thing I said last night. I believe I said Golden State's going to win, but I don't want to lay 3.5, 4. I feel the same way about the Knicks tonight. They probably win, but I'm not laying 5.5.
Yeah, I'll be taking the 5.5. I don't think it gets to 6.
Doubt it.
Are we heading in that direction anywhere? No, Circus.
I mean,
at 5.
we are,
No.
but they're cheap 5.5s. Pinnacle's 5.5 minus 105. Circa's 5 minus 15. So when it gets to 5.5, you do see that buyback a little bit on the Pistons side, which I certainly understand and I definitely respect.
All right, game of the night. Clippers Nuggets, no doubt about it. Clippers on the road, short road favorites. BetMGM has 1.5, but we're starting to see some 2s populate. You mentioned Circa, they are at 2. It's pretty much split down the middle throughout the market here. So, wow, this did open at some spots with Denver as the short home favorite. Going through 0, not the biggest deal in the world. But again, we're getting market support for the Clippers after the loss the other day.
I have no idea where to start. And I, again, want to shout out our guy Big Cat, who made that $3,000 bet at 30-1 on there being a buzzer beater. He wins the $90,000. Good for him.
Wow.
Isn't this game going to be tied with 4 minutes to go? Don't we all expect that? So, yeah. I mean, look, I could wake up on this side of the bed and say I like the Clippers. I could wake up over here and say I like the Nuggets. If that's the case, I don't have an edge. I think the game should be a pick'em. So, given that, maybe I see some value on taking the home dog +2, but I am not going to have a lot of money on this game in any way, shape, or form.
Here's what I would go. I started looking at props. Going back home, Jamal Murray, shooting was rough on the road. 2 for 9 in this series on the road with 3s. At home, 7 for 15. The number's 2.5, over 2.5 made 3s. You can find a +130 at BetMGM. I see a +136 out there. I think that's worth it with the plus money wager for Murray. Get back home, making those 3s. I could see that. I think the Clippers win. I'm guessing. It's coin flip, like you mentioned. Three of the 4 games have been 1 possession in this series so far. So it can go either way. It could be like Noop said, he expects the Clippers to win, then they wrap it in 6. I don't know. A lot of people are probably going to look at this and say it's definitely 7 games, or if it's the Clippers, they could wrap it in 6. It's been a great series. Like you, I'm expecting 7 games.
This total has come down over the course of this series. 208.5 now. That might be a little low. We saw some of these totals in the 210, 215, 217 range. Now we're at 208, and they're betting it up. So that might be a total too low, a bridge too far. When you start dropping these totals, 5, 7, 10 points, people react, and they bet over.
A lot of NBA action tonight. A lot going on. 4 games. We expect some of those series to be wrapping. Coming up on the other side, let's talk Major League Baseball. Oh, the ultimate fade. It continues for the Colorado Rockies. Today's best bets, Major League Baseball. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
And Nimmo cracks one out to right center field. Back in the gap goes Cruz. Back to the warning track, takes a look, and it's out of here. Brandon Nimmo with a 3-run homer.
Nimmo's home run, a 3-run shot in the 6th, was his 5th of the year, the 115th of his career,
And he slams this one to deep right field. Back goes Cruz, back to the wall, and it's out of here. A grand slam for Brandon Nimmo.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Let's talk some Major League Baseball. Joe O, Sammy P. Top of the hour, Michael Leboff to talk some pucks. We'll be dropping by. We'll get his looks for tonight, reaction to what we saw last night, a couple of key matchups there, and see if there's any value moving forward with the Stanley Cup playoffs. Also have Where's the Room with 4 NBA playoff games. Really, I think that's going to be a fun segment, finding out where the room is at. But Major League Baseball, Sam, last night was very good to the show. Gave out that Dodgers Braves moneyline parlay, which got you plus money. And another reminder, guys, beware of the run line. I know you've got stuff to say about that Rockies game you were tracking. Dodgers win over the lowly Marlins. They win by 1 run. It was 7-6. So that parlay hits. We stay away from laying the 1.5, and then dominated the Guardians once again. Twins big winners, 11-1 as a dog. So baseball very good. I know you were keeping an eye on the Rocks, and now you're keeping an eye on the Rocks just about every night.
I had Atlanta minus 160 coming into the game, and Colorado scores 3 in the first inning, a 3-run homer, and my buddy sends me a text. This is it. They're going to win. I said, chill out. And then I looked at the live number. With a 3-0 lead in the first inning, the Rockies were only minus 450. That's it. A good team, the Yankees, the Dodgers, Padres, Mets, whatever. A good team goes up 3-0 at home, they're minus 800. So the live algorithm has already caught up to the Rockies with a lead. And you knew they were going to blow it. Atlanta gets 6 unanswered, wins 6-3. The Rockies at one point were 3-9, and now they are 4-24. So that is a 1-15 stretch. They've lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a row. They haven't won in, let's see. No, they have 1 win in 2 weeks. There it is. 1 win in 2 weeks. Schedule about to get tougher. And now they're facing a team without a starting pitcher today. And that team without the pitcher is minus 200 on the road. That's where we're at, Joe.
So this is a few days old at this point, but I wanted to get your thought. Dan Zimborski at Fangraphs wrote a piece. He runs the Zips projections, which are respected by the betting market. And I respect him as well, because I've actually won a couple of home run pools just following the Zips projections from year to year. So he wrote a piece that explaining why the Rockies will not be worse than the 2024 White Sox, that there's more upside. It's bad in both places, but there is more upside with the Rockies roster overall than what we saw with the White Sox last year. What do you?
No, there's not.
I didn't even get to the question.
I'm sorry. I like Dan. I've had Dan on my shows. Dan's wrong. I'm sorry. He's wrong.
As far as the record or what?
Everything.
You think the Rockies are going to be worse than the White Sox were last year?
They're on pace for 30 wins.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I think he's wrong.
No, I know. And it's fine to disagree.
They're in the toughest division in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how many times have they faced the Dodgers so far? 3? You got to face them double-digit times more. You've played Arizona. Let's see. You haven't even played Arizona yet. You played the Padres 3 times. You haven't played the Giants yet. I mean, this is going to get out of hand. The schedule they faced so far: Athletics, Brewers, Nationals,
This month.
Royals, Reds. How many of those teams are good?
I know. I'm looking right now at Fangraphs. Projected rest of season 2025. They've got the White Sox 52 wins, the Rockies 53.
I think they're putting way too much stock into what the White Sox did last year. I mean, look, the White Sox are horrendous. I'm not trying to go out of my way with a White Sox hat on to defend the White Sox. They suck. But they've got pitchers on the way. They've got position players on the way. They're going to call up 2 more prospects by the deadline. So they're going to be in a better spot. I have a couple tweets on this. So Jay Kornegay's a huge Rockies guy, longtime bookmaker at the Westgate.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He responded to me this morning and said, pathetic, and there's no end in sight for the Rockies. And then Jessica McCauley tweets this out 25 minutes ago. I've seen some bad teams in Denver. At least last year they had a bad team that was relatively decent. They played some good games, but the bullpen let them down. This year they have nothing, and there's no hope for the future. That's how people feel. I mean, how many Rocky fans do you know? I know a couple. The ones that I know are ready for it to be over already. Yeah. And it's not even May yet.
Right. Here's my question to you, because this is what I'm contemplating this morning. Do I run it back? So the Dodgers, it's a shorter number. They were laying $3 yesterday. They're laying $2 today because they're facing Sandy Alcantara, who does have very bad history against the Dodgers. A lot of really good pitchers have bad history against the Dodgers. If you pair Atlanta, LA Dodgers, Atlanta at the Rockies with unknown starter against Marquez, who stinks, and then you have the Dodgers hosting the Marlins once again. If you do that, it's plus 125. I'm talking just to win.
I love that. Why not?
Yeah. I've got to.
I don't see why you don't. Look, I've been betting against the Rockies. Let me take people behind the curtain here, and then we could talk about other games because we're not just an anti-Rocky show, although we were the first one on any network, on any platform. We were the first. I don't want to hear it from anybody else. We told you before the season started. If you have just bet against them in the last, let's see, they're 3-9 to 4-24. So a 1-15 run. If you've just bet a unit on them in the last 16 games, you're up 13 units. 13. Now, the one loss is, minus 300 because they were on the road in Kansas City. Royals were about at 280, minus 280. But that's one loss and 15 wins. Just think about it. If you would have just bet against Colorado every game this season, you're 24-4. And even if all 4 losses are minus 200, which they're not, you're still up 16 units because you win the 24 and then you lose 4 times 2, 8. 24 minus 8 is 16. You are well ahead just betting against garbage. And it's not going to change.
Why is Crochet only $1.30 at Toronto?
Fishy, man. I don't know. That was one game that I X'd out. I put a red X through it on my sheet. I don't know what I'm missing. It opened $1.52 and has moved 20 cents against Garrett Crochet, the favorite to win the Cy Young. Yeah. That should scare the hell out of somebody on the Red Sox.
That's a good point. It's a good point. Like, that's just when you get Crochet at any price in that range, right? Let's say you're not laying $2. That's going to have my attention. And then for the market to go against that, that's a good point. I have a feeling that tomorrow, when we're recapping a couple of the plays that we were talking about in Major League Baseball, that might be one that we pointed out, maybe stay away. Not saying bet Toronto, not go with the market at this price, but maybe some that you want to stay away from. What else do you have circled for today?
I was going to ask you about 961, San Francisco, Logan Webb.
Yeah.
He's cheap, but the market has bet against. I have a feeling that's because it's San Diego at home as a dog. I don't think it's a fade of Webb. I think it's more of a spot on San Diego. Guys came in, took the Padres at home plus $1.15. I understand it. But now we can lay $1.19, $1.20 with your guy, Logan Webb. I know Jake's a big Logan Webb guy. Am I silly for thinking the Giants are worth a look tonight?
No, absolutely not. You know who the Giants have next?
Rockies?
For 4.
Oh,
it's going to be a big.
What's that?
It's going to be a big Giants week on the show.
What's that rollover? You take 500, you bet the 500 to win, and then you keep going. And you're probably going to be in a spot to sweep that series. But we'll talk about that later. See, it all comes back to the Rockies at the end of the day.
Of course. How could it not?
DeGrom is a $2
I like Webb.
favorite tonight. DeGrom minus 200. The A's did win last night against Texas, which I don't think was all that surprising considering Patrick Corbin was on the bump. But now you go from Corbin on Monday to DeGrom on Tuesday. I think the Rangers are going to win, and I would maybe lay some alts against Lopez. minus 1.5, minus 2.5, minus 3.5. I think there's pain in the forecast for the Athletics without a home.
Yeah, DeGrom is not – he's not the lights-out pitcher that he used to be pre-injuries, where it was double-digit strikeouts every single time. They're also not pushing him like when he was younger with the Mets. The Texas Rangers have decided to take a different approach. And in his last start, guess who he faced? He faced the Athletics. 5 1/3, 2 runs. He got 10 ground balls in that game. So he's kind of changing his approach. Only 6 strikeouts. His high on the year is 7 strikeouts. I don't know. I don't play the strikeout market, but I assume the numbers always bumped a little bit higher because of the name value that you get there with DeGrom. But yeah, I understand backing DeGrom in that spot, but also understand he's not pitching deep into games like he has much of his career. I mean, last start he went 83 pitches, 82, 87. Once in a while he'll go 90 plus, but they want to keep him for the long haul, healthy for the entire season. All right, we'll switch things up to the Stanley Cup playoffs on the other side. Michael Leboff will be dropping by. It's Joe O, Sammy P with you another hour. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Draisaitl. Waits. Nugent Hopkins. McDavid redirects in front. Stand up. Draisaitl scores. Series tied. Edmonton 4. LA 3. In overtime.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We went over the busy night in the NBA, busy night in the NHL as well. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. In 20 minutes, we'll play Where's the Room, our fun segment that we play on a daily basis now. It's always fun to fade what is happening over at BetMGM and take a look at what the bettors are thinking going into a big night in the association. But as far as hockey, let's talk about it with Michael Leboff on X at the Big Lebowski. And Michael, Sam not happy with the results from last night. He's in on Colorado, so he's in a very tough spot right now. No room for error. What did you think? Kind of go over last night's matchups. You had Colorado, Dallas, and then, of course, Florida taking it to Tampa.
That Colorado series, it seems like one of those classic playoff series in the NHL where once you think you've kind of got it figured out, the opposite happens because every result seems to be going against what the hockey world is thinking. Game one goes to the Avalanche. Everyone thinks, oh man, this is just going to be too much for the Stars. They win the next two. Then Colorado storms back and looks like they figured Dallas out. And then the Stars score 10 seconds in and kind of just run away from there. So I wouldn't give up on the Avs just yet. In fact, I think you're probably looking at a decent buying opportunity with them facing elimination. If they do get through the series, this is probably the best number you're going to see on this team. So I wouldn't jump off the boat just yet there, Sam.
I have not yet. I still feel like they're going to win Game 6. This has all the makings of a 7-game series, which I think you just alluded to. My question to you would be, would you rather, in terms of buying in on Colorado, would you rather buy in on them to win the series right now at about plus 180, or maybe some bigger fish, maybe some Western bets or some cup bets? Are you this series only, or are you thinking bigger on Colorado?
Yeah, I think if you're going to bet them to win the series, you might as well just go all the way. I mean, 14-1-ish to win the Stanley Cup. That's about double what they were to start. And you can also even, if you want to get a little riskier, and you're feeling a little froggy, you can go with the Conn Smythe route on someone like Nathan McKinnon. You can find him around 20. Because I do think at this point, it feels like he's going to have to be the one to carry this team through. I know Mackenzie Blackwood's been really good, but I have a really hard time finding a way that Colorado wins the Stanley Cup and McKinnon isn't the guy, especially since Makar's already won it. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I would look at. I would look at the bigger picture stuff, Stanley Cups, Conn Smythe, rather than just the series.
So before we look at all the matchups that we have tonight, as long as we're mentioning the results of last night, Florida, Tampa, let's go there. Tampa Bay, they'll be fighting for their playoff lives tomorrow. They're a short minus 120 favorite. How do you think this series plays out?
Yeah, this has been quite a surprise. I mean, I'm not saying that it's surprising that Florida is likely to win the series and is in a great position to do it, but just the way that Tampa has looked, I think caught everybody off guard, considering what the general narrative around this team was right before the playoffs. Which this was the trendy pick to come out of the East. This was the trendy pick to maybe win the Stanley Cup, and they had all the makings of a team to do that with their form down the stretch and what they did at the deadline. And they've looked out of sorts. They looked kind of uncomposed and disinterested, I guess, at times, and kind of just haven't understood the assignment. I'd much rather just keep playing underdogs in the series, which hasn't really worked out all that well, but especially last night. But I don't trust this Tampa team at even at this price, so it's likely a stay away from me. I'm just kind of surprised here.
You were one of the first guys, though, that didn't fall for Tampa coming into the postseason. So I do remember vividly you saying, like, I don't know. Like, I could see it, but I don't think it's going to happen. So I do want to give you some credit, because most guests we had were throwing out lightning left and right to make a run, to win the cup, and you were never quite there, if I remember that correctly. So let's turn the page. We've talked about the past. Let's look ahead to the future. We got 4 games tonight. Take us anywhere you want, Michael. You got 4 good ones, I think.
Yeah. The most interesting one to me is the last one, that Oilers-Kings game, because of what we've seen in the series. And I still think the Oilers are getting more respect than maybe they deserve with how they've played. But at the same time, we're now talking about a Kings team that's lost to the Oilers 3 straight years before this. They just blew a 2-0 series lead, and they were in position to sweep if you go game by game. So now you wonder about those thoughts creeping in, but it does seem like the betting market is still a little bit more bullish on the Kings. So it's a game where I think there's probably some value in betting Los Angeles coming out in that first period and just trying to shut things down and take the sting out of the game and get the game on their kind of script, which is low event defense forward hockey. So the first period to end scoreless, which has been dealt around like 4-1 in the series, I think is worth a play. Because I think this Kings team is going to kind of come out and just try to shut things down. I still like the Kings just on the series line as a short favorite too. I do think Los Angeles, they should be in the driver's seat here. They just haven't. So that's the game I'm kind of focused on the most from a betting perspective tonight.
All right, with Michael Leboff here. This is BetSweat's BetMGM Network. Michael Lee, writer for the New York Post, talking some Stanley Cup playoffs. Michael, the scoring has been off the charts. If we go back to Friday, we're talking about an 11-2 run. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then, of course, Monday. How do you explain all the scoring that we're seeing?
Yeah, well, part of it is just, and I think we saw this last year in the first round, if I'm not mistaken. Some of these power plays have just been off the charts hot. I mean, the Kings the Maple Leafs started 5 for 7 or something like that as well. So then you have like teams like the Oilers and Avalanche, who, if you're going to give them power plays or too many power plays, they're obviously going to make you pay as well. The Canadiens power play was going really well for a while. And so I think that's part of it. And then once you get to this part, right, you get to the deep end of the pool in these series where teams are facing, elimination games or, these pivotal game 5s where they're trying to stop, themselves from facing elimination in the next game. We start to see things kind of teams batten down the hatches. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some unders coming through. And I think that's why you're still seeing, 3 out of the 4 games tonight have 5.5 being hung. So bookmakers, maybe you're seeing this coming.
Well, you see the defense tighten up too. I mean, it's easier over the course of a series to figure out what another team does well and try and circumvent that, try and take that away. So I certainly understand it. They are betting Vegas, though, Michael, like they have tomorrow's paper. Open 210, out to 230, 240. Minnesota's been right there, toe for toe with Vegas so far. Now, this is a huge one for Vegas. Feels like they got to have it, but the market is betting it like it's a lock. I'm not so sure, man. I'd be careful on Vegas tonight.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, if you were to ask me, I'd much rather be on the Minnesota Wild in this one, considering the prices being dealt. It's a little surprising. Like, what Minnesota's been really good. Kaprizov's been the best player maybe in the entire playoffs, pound for pound, and I thought we'd kind of see the market move in the other direction where Minnesota would be getting a little bit more credit, but it seems like everyone's still bullish on Vegas and their chances. So the Knights are, I think the Knights are going to squeak the series out, but the prices, when you're dealing the prices, I'd much rather be going the other way.
All right, what about the games that are 3-1? How do you see these playing out? You got Ottawa, Toronto, Carolina, obviously a massive favorite, minus 275 at BetMGM over New Jersey. So what are you thinking there?
Yeah, this Ottawa-Toronto game is the classic game that, as bettors, I'm sure you guys know this feeling where you feel like whatever you do is going to lose, because that's how. Talking about the price, I'm like, well, the Senators' price looks good considering how they played at 5-on-5, and this is a pesky team that got upside. They 3 overtime games. They're a little bit unlucky to be down 3-1, but at the same time, you're thinking, well, the Leafs just might have the right recipe for success in the series with their counter-punching style and knowing that their guys don't need as many chances as Ottawa's do to make it count. So like the numbers would point me to the Senators, but the way the series kind of has gone points me the other way. So I'm very happy to pass on it. And frankly, the other game with the Devils and Hurricanes, it's like that Wild night series. I think the Devils have been better than they're getting credit for. They just don't have the depth. Sheldon Keefe's quotes in the press the other day kind of made it sound like they were waving the white flag, where he was looking at the general manager and kind of saying like, well, what do you expect with the roster that I've been handed? So, that's never good, but the price is up there. And considering the Hurricanes goaltending situation and the fact that Jersey has been okay, makes me, a little tempted by a price that wide. So I would say that between the two of them, I think I'd rather bet the Wild if I was going to pick one of the big dogs, but I could be convinced on New Jersey as well.
I hate to get ahead of myself here, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say Toronto takes care of Ottawa eventually, and Tampa's not going to win 3 straight against Florida. So this is going to set up a second-round series with the Leafs and the Panthers. Buckle up for that one, man. That's going to be high-quality hockey.
Yeah, and I'm really interested if that is what shakes out, where that price comes, because the Leafs will have home ice advantage. The Panthers, down the stretch where people started to cool off on them a little bit because of injuries and the way they looked, but now they're kind of fully healthy. Seems like Bobrovsky started to lock himself back in as well. So I would assume my prediction here would be that opens pretty close to a pick-em. Maybe Panthers is a slight favorite, but I would think that the money comes in on Florida pretty quickly, with just how the market has viewed Toronto for a large part of the season, until the Senators series, in which they're just the better team. So that would be my prediction if we do get Florida and Toronto in round 2.
With Michael Leboff here, another couple minutes here. This is Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. What about the futures market? If you're looking at a team, maybe there's value, you think, at a team that can still, maybe they're down, they can make a move here, get out of their series, and you like the number that is posted, or even Conn Smythe. Any numbers that have your attention at this moment?
Yeah, the Conn Smythe market is still really wide open. So I think there's some really good opportunities kind of across the board, especially with the way that some of the presumed favorites have started. Connor Hellebuck has obviously struggled in Winnipeg, so his numbers drifted a little bit. The way that Washington has played and Logan Thompson has looked, so his numbers actually come down a bit. But then you have the Ovechkin factor there. So there's like, to me, you can make an argument for, 15 to 20 guys on the board being good value. And when that's the case, I immediately scroll down to some really big numbers. And I still have a lot of faith in what the Knights can do in just overall. And I know that Jack Eichel would be the likely winner. He's going to be up there. If Vegas gets there. He was kind of slighted the first time they won a Stanley Cup, and he's 28-1. I don't think that's a bad number, but I have a lot of interest still in Pavel Dorofeyev. He's someone I bet beforehand and he's triple digits out there. So I think that's a really interesting number, one that I could be talked into. There's a couple other guys in that range. Quentin Byfield had that terrible turnover in round 1, but he's been really good otherwise. He's scoring. He's out there 150-1 if he can continue to produce and kind of catches up to Adrian Kempe. He's interesting if the Kings can come out of the West. And then in Toronto, if the Leafs do put this together, Matthew Knies is 200-1, and I think that's a really, really good number to have in your pocket if you're someone who thinks Toronto can get out of the East. I know there's a lot of other players that he'll be scoring, competing with on his own team, but he's playing on that top line. The chances will be there, and he has a penchant for scoring the big goal. So I do think that that's another one that is really interesting in the Conn Smythe market.
All right, Michael Lieboff at the Big Lebowski on X, writer for the New York Post. Michael, always appreciate your looks and hope to talk again soon, all right?
Yeah, good luck, guys.
Good stuff there from Michael Lieboff. On the other side, where's the room and what the hell, Belichick? There's more details coming out. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
That from CBS Sunday Morning, the show which maybe you run into once in a while. Usually everybody's grandparents watch that. It's got the weird sun on the TV, which has always bothered me since I was a little kid. Strange. Very strange. As I mentioned yesterday, I didn't even think that was real. I'm like, oh, this is AI. This is completely made up. What I see everybody tweeting clips of. No, that was real. That was this weekend on CBS. Joe, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We'll play Where's the Room coming up in a few minutes. As if that wasn't weird enough, I guess more details are coming out. This from TMZ. They're reporting today that they were told at one point, Jordo stormed out of the room and put a pause on shooting of this Belichick interview for a half hour. So she was mad. It wasn't just that one interjection. I guess it was happening again and again and again. Sam, I assumed it was one time, and they're like, look, this is going to go viral. It's going to go everywhere. But no, apparently she was a whole lot to deal with.
Per the report from TMZ, there were, quote, numerous other instances, end quote, of Hudson interrupting Belichick beyond the one specific interjection that made the final cut. So remember, you're doing this package, and I didn't watch the whole thing because I'd rather drink anything under my sink than watch that whole thing. I'm going to guess it was 5 minutes. Paul could speak to this.
It was 8 minutes. I watched it on YouTube.
Okay.
It was 8 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But hold on. So let me bring Paul in here because Paul has done several long-winded's a bad way to put it, but longer features. When you do an 8-minute feature, how much doesn't make the final cut? How many minutes of the 8 that finally make it, how many did you cut out, do you think?
I mean, I can give you guys a specific example from a piece we did in Houston. Won an Emmy. No big deal. If people are into that. I think Emmys are ridiculous, but just figured I'd drop that in. But
shout out to
Jenks. Shout out Jenks. We sat down with the dad for a half hour. We sat down with the son for 20 minutes. We sat down with the mom for 20. I mean, we're over an hour already. Like, I mean, for that piece, 90 minutes probably. And when you got Belichick, at least an hour. And they were supposed to do a second taping, which they canceled after all that.
Oh, so if you think that was the only time she cut the guy off, you're not normal. You're not paying attention. She reportedly, quote, would stop and correct him even when he was answering questions about football.
Get out.
What the hell is going on there?
What a psycho. What a psycho. Did you see Portnoy's take on this?
No.
It was actually it's actually kind of interesting. He said that he watches this show every Sunday morning, which is funny.
I'm
and
a
he
fan,
said, this is
by the way. But anyway.
Of the show?
CBS Sunday Morning. Yeah.
You watch you turn on Sunday mornings? Okay. So would you agree that
when it's on, I watch it.
When
Go
it's
ahead,
on, you'll keep it on. They have like stories that grab your interest. Would you agree that it's a lot of feel good stuff?
Yes, it's so soft. That's what I was going to say. It's the softest show ever. It's like funny kickers. Like for some reason, I remember it's like where's horseradish come from in Idaho? It's like a funny little goofy Sunday morning story. It's not hard hitting in the least. So easy.
Right. Yeah. Easy going. They're there to promote his book. And I don't want to say there were softball questions because that Kraft question was kind of in your face. It was like, I haven't heard it asked like that direct. And he's like, he's not even in your acknowledgments. And Bill's like, yeah. He didn't even really go into it. It's like, yeah, not in the acknowledgments. Yeah. I don't want to say they were hard hitting, but a lot of this is puffy stuff. And maybe that's why Jordo agreed to do with it. Maybe she's running the show, but the whole thing seems like it's getting weirder and weirder and weirder. And Sam, you reminded everybody, because there's been so many weird instances with this relationship just publicly. Can't imagine privately. Don't forget about that Ring camera video that was going viral too a while back.
When he walked out of that building with no shirt on, looking like he'd been handcuffed to a post for 24 hours. Yeah, I can only imagine. Like, I'm thinking now, let's play this out. I'm thinking behind closed doors, she puts on the sharpest stilettos and walks up and down his back.
Oh my God.
Like that,
oh my God.
That has to happen. That definitely happens. Is anybody not paying attention? Bill needs help, guys. He needs help. And this season, let's bring it back to betting. Knowing what we know now at this weird relationship and people around Carolina saying that this is uncomfortable, how do you handicap North Carolina's season win total at 7.5?
How are you going to bring this back to betting? I was wondering,
where do you even start?
You kind of forget he's the head coach of North Carolina. You know, when this move was made, I was one of the people thinking, man, you know, there might be some dads that push their sons and say, they're running a professional program. Go there for a couple of years, and it's going to prepare you for the NFL. Maybe you get drafted around higher than you would have. But now there's this. Who the hell is pushing anyone? Or what father is pushing their son to go to North Carolina at this point?
So I'm a Simpsons guy, as everybody knows. I bring up Simpsons all the time. If you turn and look behind me, there's multiple Simpsons. What do we call them, Joe? Trinkets? All over the joint. So there's a Treehouse of Horror episode where Bart has an evil twin brother named Hugo. And I'll just read the description of Hugo Simpson. As the evil and cruel twin, Hugo had been confined to living in the attic of the Simpson home and was given a bucket of raw fish heads once a week to eat. That's probably the setup in the Belichick household. He's chained up in the attic.
There are a lot of former Patriots that are wondering what the hell is going on. There are people close to the North Carolina program, one we have on all the time, wondering what the hell is going on. I think everybody is. And that's the fascination. When the reporter was saying everybody's talking about it, because this was not on the bingo card post Belichick Patriots era. This was not anywhere because we knew very little about the man. We knew what he wanted to share, and he shared very little. But I don't think anybody saw this coming.
Real quick. I mean, Sam, following up on Sam's point, is it just the win total? Like, how else can we fade the hell out of this disaster train wreck that is coming down the track this fall?
I just feel like if they don't get off to a good start, it's going to combust from the inside. And I don't have their schedule up. I maybe should have studied this a little bit more, but let's just see how their season's going to start.
Might not matter.
So,
might not matter.
Well, it could. I mean, if you start 3-0, it's different than starting 0-3, obviously. So in 24-25, they open up TCU at home, at Charlotte, home against Richmond, at UCF, home against Clemson. That's probably 2-3. I think he's going to be able to outcoach Charlotte and Richmond. I don't know about TCU, UCF, Clemson in terms of talent. But if they're 2-3, 2-4, 2-5, how does it get better? Guys are going to start quitting. Guys are going to want to enter the portal. People are going to give up. They're not going to run hard. And then Bill's going to turn into a lunatic. Because if there's one thing about Belichick, he can't handle, bad effort. He can't handle you not trying. So when a bunch of 19, 20, and 21-year-old kids eventually decides, we've had enough of you, old man, it's going to be the pits. At practice, in the locker room, at the facility, it's going to be a nightmare. And nobody's going to come out of that okay.
Who's buying this? Who's buying the program? Who's buying the team now? 7.5. Are there 8 wins there?
I go back to, remember the COVID year when Brady was gone? And the whole conversation was, well, the Patriot win total is 8. Over, under 8. And anybody that liked the over was just talking about Bill. Well, Bill's good enough. Bill is a Hall of Fame coach, maybe the best to ever do it. Bill will figure it out. That team sucked, and Cam Newton couldn't play quarterback. I've learned my lesson because I went over that year on the win total, and I thought, well, Bill will get him there. That removed any Bill-based handicapping. I'm not looking at the schedule going, oh, well, Bill will figure it out. We don't know Bill anymore. The Bill we thought we knew is gone.
On that note, do we think he even gets? Do we see fired up Bill on the sidelines, like yelling at a ref, yelling at a player, or is his soul just gone? Do we just see that empty face of Bill? It might be gone.
You know, with that schedule, though, with that schedule, I would say there's one auto loss. That's how soft it is, right? Probably Clemson, and then the others, I don't know.
NC State, probably a loss.
Yeah,
but it's not tough. It's not a tough schedule.
It's not. But it would be fun to fade. That's one thing I do know. All right. A lot going on there. A lot going on there. Let's play Where's the Room?
Where's the room?
We bring in executive producer Paul Aspen to tell us where the room is at for this NBA card on Tuesday here.
Is there a game you want to start with? You want me to just send out the highest price to you guys? All right. Clippers Nuggets, probably the best game of the night, right? Second most popular prop. Chris Dunn, over 9.5 total points, rebounds, and assists, minus 160.
Woof. Oof.
Bounce back. Right. I think I thought he had a bad performance last time. I could be wrong on that one.
He did. He still went over, though. He had 3 points, 6 boards, and an assist. So that'd give him 10. This prop is 9.5 minus 160. So even though he had a bad game, he still would have gotten over that number. So he's had 3-6-1, 6-8-0, 5-6-2, 10-3-1. He's gone over this number 9.5 in 4 straight games.
By the way, last night we were questioning why is Davion Mitchell like 3 of his props in the top 5. I think he went under in all of them. 8 points, 0 rebounds, 5 assists.
He did.
Yeah.
But this Dunn one is interesting because people will look at a number, 9.5, and then just go back through the series. And he had, again, 3-6-1, that's over. 6-8-0, over. 5-6-2, over. 10-3-1, over. Well, he's done it in 4 straight. Ooh. And then let's lay $1.60. Of course.
Yeah, not interested.
Of course.
Not interested. Is Giannis one of the most popular ones in the Bucks Pacers one?
He is number 2, but not the way you would think. Sorry, Paul. Assists.
No, it's all right.
Minus 160.
Yeah, over 6.5.
Oh, I don't like that. With no Lillard? I'm not interested in that one. Why would you play him on assists? I think he's going to do everything. And that's pretty much all they have.
Noops was saying he likes Giannis triple-double, so I think that's sort of a popular angle where Giannis just does everything under the sun. But the price is what I think is interesting. Laying $1.60 on Giannis there. Laying $1.60 on Chris Dunn's over PRA. And then in the Magic Celtics game, Paul highlighted Jaylen Brown. They're laying $1.55 to go under 6.5 rebounds. So random. So random.
Yeah, I guess the injury, I guess, but he's been playing. So I don't understand that. Blowout factor, got to be prepared for that. So I would not go over on any Celtics Probably not any magic. Pacers Bucks, blowout factor as well. So I would be scared off on overs in that one too. Anything else stand out? Is there anything of note? I assume they're on Brunson. They always bet Cat for the Knicks game.
No.
Paul,
Brunson under
why?
3.5
Why
rebounds. Cat is first field goal at plus 725, but the other high price is Kawhi over 32.5 total points and rebounds at minus 140.
All right. That's where the room is at for the NBA playoffs. We'll tell you where we're at with our lightning bets next. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming your way around this time every single day. Our favorite bets for tonight. Maybe there's a future as well that we're taking a look at. We'll get to all that coming up in a couple of moments. Very disappointed. I scheduled a later game tonight. Did not realize micro wrestling was in the area. Get ringside seats or standing room only. So I'm going to miss out. That sucks. Really sucks. Speaking of weird battles, weird fights, what about mascots? Sam, we got into it with Noops. Noops, I mean, he's going to defend everything. See, here's what it is. He will rip anything Philly, any local team. I think it's kind of like how most of us are with friends or brothers, sisters. I can talk crap about my friends, my family members, but you can't talk crap. He was very quick to defend the Fanatic, and both of us kind of like, whatever. And then Paul came in. He defended the Fanatic in the chat as well. So you're standing by the idea that Benny the Bull would beat the crap out of the Philly Fanatic?
Yeah, Benny the Bull's from the west side of Chicago. Come on.
Is this accurate? The
South
guy
Philly.
under the thing?
Paul said, well, here's where Paul got me going. He said, quote, "No one outside of Chicago knows Benny the Bull."
That's not true.
Not true at all. Now, if you want to say, Paul, that Benny wouldn't win in a street fight, fine. But put some respect on Benny the Bull.
Like I said in a break, it's like you think about iconic mascots. We're not talking about like football teams that go through like 7 Bulldogs in 10 years on the sideline, or like a Longhorn that attacks dogs and stuff. But
animals that die.
People know the Fanatic.
Yes.
People know the Fanatic coast to coast. Like, you could be a very casual fan. You know the Philly Fanatic. I just think it's like the San Diego Chicken, which I don't even think that's a thing anymore. But like that was iconic. The Philly Fanatic, and then you skip like 5 spots, and then it's like Benny the Bull, maybe.
If you want to,
I was not familiar with his work before I moved here. I'll say that.
I'm pretty sure that this is before Sam's time. Paul, you may vaguely remember it. Boy, what a time to be alive. There was a Morgana the Kissing Bandit. Could you imagine that happening in 2025? If you Google most popular mascots, AI says it's Gritty, Philly Fanatic, and Benny the Bull. That's the list.
Ooh.
Wow. Yeah. Yep.
Gritty.
What about
basically an orange Fanatic? Cool. Nice guy.
So do you hate it like I hate Southpaw? Do you hate the Gritty or no?
Southpaw.
Oh, that's a good comp. I've got the Fanatic. I don't need Gritty. Like, some people like Gritty.
Exactly.
I don't hate him. I just don't get it. I don't get the hype.
I think a lot of baseball teams tried to copy off of the Fanatic. You have Wally with the Red Sox, that green thing. And then you have Southpaw. I don't know what Southpaw is. But I will say, Joe, Southpaw is better than Waldo the Wolf. Remember that in the 90s? Waldo the Wolf was bad.
What team?
You don't remember? These kids can play? 1990s
But I don't
White
remember
Sox?
Waldo
Come
the
on.
Wolf. I remember these kids can play, but I don't remember the Wolf.
Exactly. Waldo the Wolf. Where's Waldo? Waldo's in a coffin on 35th Street. That's where Waldo's at. Awful.
Waldo the Wolf.
He actually never.
Oh my
never was around the park, but he appeared in commercials. Waldo the Wolf.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah, I never saw him at the park. But
what
there is
Benny the Bull?
There is, by the way,
Benny the Bull or the Oregon Duck?
I love Puddles. I'm a big Puddles guy.
Yep.
It's tough. There is a mascot Hall of Fame. I'll read a couple more things on this, and then we can all move on with our lives.
Okay.
So it was founded by the guy who was the original Philly Fanatic. And the first 3 inductees, the Fanatic, the Suns Gorilla, and the San Diego Chicken. Those were the first 3 that went into the Mascot Hall of Fame.
Pretty good by me, I would say. It's pretty good by me.
Benny's in there as well. Benny's in there in case you're wondering.
No.
Now that we're down this rabbit hole, we'll see this one tonight. We'll see Rocky the Mountain Lion for the Denver Nuggets makes $600,000 a year.
What?
I saw that because I looked up how much does Benny make. Benny makes $400,000, and reportedly the Fanatic only makes $200,000. But
What's the
the
age
Nuggets
limit on
mascot
Fanatics?
makes
They're full
$600,000.
You want to be a Fanatic?
No, but wow.
And you get the off season. I don't think they have to do much. Maybe appearances once in a while.
No, you do a bunch
Schools
of
and stuff.
appearances in the summer, 100%.
Yeah.
Also,
I
to be
think you
fair,
work-
remember when the Nuggets mascot, they tried to lower him from a crane from the ceiling and he passed out like 2 years ago? You guys remember that?
R.I.P. Owen Hart.
No.
That's exactly where my mind went.
The Blue Blazer. I don't remember that. I do know, though, that I believe we interviewed Benny the Bull, the guy who played Benny the Bull, 10 years ago. And I think he said he worked 200 days a year, which isn't bad.
Did he take the head off to talk?
No, he was in
You're not allowed
full
to.
costume. Full costume.
I got another nominee. The St. Joe's Hawk. That's pretty good. And I thought of it because he got his head knocked off by the Rhode Island Ram back in the day. I think it was like an NIT game or something. But yeah, never stopped flapping. But that's pretty good. It's a pretty good
Anything is better than Clark the Cub, who famously
Agreed.
at a press conference announcing Clark the Cub, John Greenberg asked, I forget which PR person it was, why does Clark not wear pants? I thought that was very funny. Very funny.
That was the biggest when they announced that, the Cubs mascot, for those that don't know, when they announced that, that's what everybody was laughing about. It doesn't have pants. Why? This is, they're doing it for the younger generation. Oh, kids will love Clark the Cub. And then, well, it's a naked Clark the Cub. Anyways, let's get to our lightning bets coming up. Over at BetMGM, they have NBA Second Chance. Each game throughout the NBA playoffs, pick the player you think that will score first in the game. If it's not your player, but he scores the second field goal of the game, you get your stake back only at BetMGM. Sam?
So before I give you my two bets, I just want to let everybody know that Gerch has thrown an idea out, perhaps nominating an idea for our power ratings tomorrow. Gerch says in all caps, mascot draft, light 'em up.
I actually love this idea. I love this idea. I think we should do it.
Okay. I am
Mascot
not
draft.
afraid of the big number. I am laying it with Boston. Celtics are going to blow this team out of the building. I'm going to be across the street. Might have a couple Jamesons. Keyword might. I'm laying the 11.5 with Boston. I think that's a wrap, and I think it's ugly. Early. The other bet is not going to be popular, but the line tells me everything. It is the late one in hockey. 10 o'clock puck drop, probably later. Give me the LA Kings at minus 130. I think they beat the Oilers tonight.
All right. So Twitter videos, maybe? Jameson? Depends how it's going, right?
No, not like that. I mean, it's not that big of a bet.
Damn. All right. I'll also start with the NBA. I'm going to lay it with the Pacers, 7.5. Which, by the way, the only 7.5 I see right now is at BetMGM. Market's gone to 8. Holy cow! There's an 8.5 out there. This thing is moving. We see the sharp side this morning. They're laying it with the Pacers. That's where I'm at. And let's take Pistons as a dog. Not sure that they win the game, but I do like Detroit plus 5.5 at the Garden. And let's run it back. Tougher pitching matchup to go against for the Dodgers, but let's take Dodgers Braves moneyline parlay plus 125. We're gonna go there. Also, Jamal Murray. That was my NBA prop I want to throw out there. Over 2.5 made threes at plus 138. Go to Paul and Jake. Paul, what do you got?
So I'm not sure if you guys are aware, Nick Castellanos still is not homered since the Pope died. Just thought I'd mention that.
Really?
But he is on a hitting streak. Was it 4 games? So he's been swinging a pretty hot bat. Really good history. I originally looked at this. I saw Mackenzie Gore plus 160. So is there an angle there? This Phillies lineup hits him pretty well, though. And Castellanos is one of those. So 2+. I'm not going to do the home run. If you want, there's like a plus 480, I think, out there. But I will do the 2+ total bases at plus 115.
I think the next thing we have to wait for is when the new Pope is elected, we have to play the Nick Castellanos home run, right? That's the next step in this. Unless there's some other worldwide tragedy that happens. I guess it doesn't have to be
Jake, this video of Rocky is insane.
It's crazy. It makes sense why he gets paid as much as he does now. It's very funny.
Oh wow, he collapses when he touches the ground. He goes limp.
Yeah, no, he looks deceased. It's not great, and the cheerleader's just still going.
Is Belichick in that costume? That's got to be Belichick.
Oh my God.
After a long night at the Hudson House, Bill's gone. The knees are weak, boys.
How do we know Rocky isn't dead, by the way? Could have been replaced.
Life check? Proof of life?
Wouldn't know. Have no idea.
Anyways, they take the mask off? Not in front of the kids.
Can't do
Nobody
that.
cared who he was until he put on the mask. I can't wait to fade Chris Paddock today. That's going to be my big thing. He might have to be an addition to the list of losers. That guy is so washed, and the Twins just keep trotting him out there. So I'm going to be fading him today. And the rest of the card, of course, Bet Slips and Bet Flips, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. BetMGM Network, Twitch, YouTube. Jake, still waiting for my fluorescent sign.
Can I nominate, by the way, tomorrow? Can I do Chief Alinawick on my top mascots, or is that a no-go? Paul's like, rap.
I don't
Let's
know.
go to break.
I say yes.
The Illinois Fighting Eastern Europeans.
Anytime Sam asks Paul a question about is this okay, it's usually a no. Let's err on the side
I just feel like
of caution.
if you have to ask, you know.
I hear you. Jake's got Bet Flips, 1:30 Eastern. We'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.